Salvation, on the edge of the gray. Sharn, city of towers. And the link between them? The King's Citadel. The ones who do the job no one else can do. Eberron, the shield. A star-forged Aegis who's lived a long time, who's seen peace and war, and will do whatever it takes to keep the first from falling into the second. Merime, the sword. A Kalashtar bard whose dreams prophesy uncertain ends, but the wisdom of whose counsel and love for her sister are unquestionable. Tantan, the brain. A dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals deep curiosity and razor-sharp intellect, sharp enough to cut down the Citadel's enemies. Nisiana, the heart. A dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel, no matter the cost. Rowan Shallow, the wild card. For most of his life, he's played a dangerous game. When the chips are down, will he fold, or go all in to save his friends? They found an artifact so powerful it could undo the fragile peace between nations, the Oracle of War, which gives anyone who owns it the knowledge they need to win any battle, and which, in speaking lines from the ancient draconic prophecy, could predict all of Eberron's future. They traveled to Sharn, city of towers, where experts like the Gynosphinx Flamewind began to unravel the Oracle's mysteries as the King's Citadel thwarted assassination attempts from the Emerald Claw and the nation of Thrain, tracked down the daring thief Sky Blue, and defeated the salvage broker and claw operative Erulin Karnak. Apparently. But there can be no rest while the dogs of war howl. And despite the Citadel's best efforts, Thrain and Brayland have inched ever closer to all-out conflict, just as the Oracle predicted. Now the adventurers must return to Salvation, to find the secrets of the Oracle of War before it's too late. But how have things changed since they left? And will those who've sworn to die before they give up their freedom, the servants of the enigmatic Lord of Blades, threaten Salvation's uneasy peace? They've survived the Grey, saved Salvation, and navigated the intrigue and deception of Sharn. But can they stop a war? Only if they remember that in the end, all they have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome back to Salvation. Yes, indeed. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, Arvanauts. Welcome all to Season 3 of Oracle of War. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to this Saturday night stream. It is April 22nd, about 7:55 p.m. Eastern, and we are here with, as I mentioned, Day 35 of D&D with Infinity and Beyond. This is Eberron, Oracle of War. It is Part 6 of Parliament of Gears, and I am very excited to continue with this as we continue to move through Season 3 of Eberron, Oracle of War in this epic length campaign. And boy, it was certainly epic in our last session. We're going to see how these folks get out of the shenanigans they have set themselves up for in just a little bit. Before we go there, though, just a couple of reminders about ways to support us on the channel. If you haven't done so already, please follow the channel. Please check out our YouTube at !ArvTube, and please subscribe to me over there. That is very much appreciated and is free to you. !ArvCord is the Discord channel, again, free for you, but you can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. The Discord is has always got awesome stuff going on. You can also follow me for as long as that site exists on Twitter with !ARV tweets, and the website for all of this is arvinelleron.com. Financially, !ARV shop is the merchandise area. As I mentioned last night, I have been in the process of reconstructing and rebuilding, and Triffid and I have some more work to do, but we are getting there, and I'm going to be excited when that shop relaunches and is prepared for everybody. !ARV Treon is the Patreon, which is really the financial backbone of the channel. You can get cool stuff for yourself individually, also cool stuff for the channel, and also, of course, inspirations to help our tabletop players. And you can also get those inspirations as well by supporting me by subbing to the channel, as many of you did last night. That will allow you to, subbing to the channel will also let you get those custom sub badges and emotes to use everywhere across Twitch. So hopefully the Patreon and the subs provide different things, and there's not much overlap, which means you can cool stuff if you support on all those levels. On the publishing front, Icarus is my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts. Library is my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment, and Grayshade. Grayshade is my current novel, which came out last year. It has been nominated and is a finalist now in the IBPA Benjamin Franklin Awards for 2023 in the science fiction and fantasy category. I will find out next month whether it is a silver medalist or whether it is a gold medal, but my esteemed friend and editor, E.D.E. Bell, otherwise known as Emily in here, is going to be going out and hopefully will be glitterified and accepting this award. I really hope that it does get the gold medal, but either way, I am very much honored to have it and to have that nomination. So if you want to get that, you can get it at that Grayshade link. You can also pre-order the sequel to it, which is currently in its final stages of proofreading. We already have the cover pretty much, and that is Renegade, and then the final book in that trilogy, the Grey Assassin trilogy, is called Heretic. That will be out next year. I am working on that as we speak. In fact, I wrote a couple of pages of that today. Then we've got, of course, the amazing tabletop role-playing game from Alligator Alley of Grayshade, being designed by someone that you all might know as Brandon O'Brien, who you may or may not see very shortly. That is going to be coming out later this year, and we also have the audiobook by Trent Sparks, who you will also possibly be seeing in short order, and that audiobook is now out and is being distributed to various places, including Audible and otherwise, and it is amazing. So you should definitely check out those things at the Grayshade link. Last but certainly not least, BLM, Black Lives Matter, very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when you need help and to reach out to others when they need help as well. And Ukraine, Ukraine, to help the fine people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage. And this is our chance to not only help them, but send a message that we will do this for others as well in similar situations in the future. Last, I want to mention this, which is the Klein event. ArvCon now, folks, is only about a month and 3 days away. It will launch officially on Thursday, May 25th at 6 p.m. Eastern with an in-person Dungeons & Dragons event at the historic Klein Memorial Auditorium in Bridgeport, Connecticut. It will feature 4 players that are well known to people on this channel: C.S.E. Cooney, Carlos Hernandez, Robert Austin James, otherwise known as Darkside Rob, and Zach Clay. They will be joined by a high school student, the winner of the essay competition. That essay competition is now, we've got the entries, and now we're going through them to decide who will join us on that stage. And those players will be going through my night at the Forbidden Library that I talked about before, that's in Tales and Tomes, at least a streamlined version of that, in front of a live audience. And it is $5 tickets to be a part of that audience if you live in the tri-state area. If you don't live in the tri-state area, you can still attend, in a way, by going to the live stream, because it will be live streamed as well. And again, that will be $5 for that live stream event. So $5 tickets that will benefit the Klein Memorial Auditorium, and mostly will benefit, of course, the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. And then that will launch ArvCon, and we will have tons of events and giveaways and things like that over the course of the weekend. I'll talk more about that in a couple of weeks as we get a little bit closer to it. But in the meantime, that's the Klein event, and please spread the word about that. We still want people to come and get tickets and all that kind of thing. So that flyer and this flyer, I will happily mail to you in physical form if you live somewhere in the New England/tri-state area and can post these flyers at bookstores, libraries, stuff like that. I'm happy to send some flyers your way if you can do that. And if not, I'm happy to at least send you digital flyers so that you can post these you know, in places that you think would be appropriate online, Discords and Reddits and things like that. So please consider doing that. And again, I'm very excited about this event. It's going to be really cool. And yeah, I can't wait to talk more about that when the time comes. But now I cannot wait to talk to this amazing Infinity and Beyond crew. So I'm going to unmute myself and let them know that we are ready to go. And then last, I'm going to unmute them so we can hear them. And then I'm going to move over to reveal the crew. They are here, they are ready, and they are excited, and they are prepared for what I think will just be a normal. This is going to be like a regular session, right, gang? Like there's
walk in the park,
nothing big happening. You know, no big things on the list. I'm very excited to have the Infinity Beyond crew with me. I will start with the bottom left with one Mr. Trent Sparks, the narrator of the soon-to-be award-winning multiple times in audio Gray Shade audiobook, and all that. So, Trent, how's it feel to be a pre-award winner? I just want to make sure that we're clear about that.
I've been that all my life.
Yeah, no, we've all been pre-award winners. How's life, Trent, with you, and who are you playing today?
I am, yeah, things are getting kind of crazy, as Heath Ledger said, as the Joker. He didn't say it quite like that, but yeah. It's, Anyway, yeah, it's just, I think to myself, you know, okay, I finished this book. I don't have anything immediately pressing. I can take a break and I can just kind of relax. And then suddenly somebody's like, here, I need you to record all of these pronunciations. And I'm like, okay. And so I go through and I do that. And it's like, okay, there, I'm done. And then somebody else is like, no, we need all of these. And I'm like, shit, okay, well, and so I go through and I record a bunch more. And I'm like, okay, now I can relax. And then another guy that isn't any of these people shows up and it's like, here, you're one of my go-to narrators. I want you to help out with this anthology that's got a bunch of JPL and Caltech authors in it. And I'm like, wait, how much is this? And he's like, it's like 300 pages. I'm like, I don't care how many pages it is, how many words. And it's like 124,000. I'm like, when am I going to do this? Like, no, there's 3 of us. We're all working on it together. I'm like, oh, thank God. Anyway.
We've explained the way to solve this problem, Trent. Again, I've said this many times. If you just start sucking at your job, then people won't ask you these things. So just, you know, be worse at your job, and then this won't be a problem, you know?
Point of information?
Yes.
You're one of the people I'm recording narration for?
Well, see, I noted this only after you finished the Gray Shade book. Now you could suck until we get to Renegade. Then you have to stop, stop being bad again.
I see. Yeah. Okay. So I'm playing this guy named Miatentin Tagashaw de Kenneth, who is a human dragon-marked artificer, battlesmith artificer, who has a wonderful mechano-goddess boy whose name is Spanner, who's outside with an air elemental named or whatever it is. Yeah, I don't know.
Pretty much.
He's got a really thick accent. It's hard to sort it out. Anyway, yeah, and I'm currently invisible, but seen by the Warforged that's in the room. And yeah, apparently I'm the one who's supposed to be the one who's going to go free all the elementals that are powering this place, and thus lock us in, making us unable to open all the doors. Sorry, please go ahead.
Yes, I cannot wait to go through the recap so that I can see Marie's radiant smile get wider and wider with everything I explain about what you all decided to do while Marie was gone last week.
And Echo Alpha knows of my love for Arby's. So,
yeah. It is good to have Trent here as always. It's also, of course, good to have Marie back. Marie, it's good to see you. How is everything? How is life in the universe and all that stuff with you? And who are you playing in this adventure before you find out what you've been volunteered to do? I'm just kidding. Not any of that. No, who are you playing today?
I'm very good, thank you. I missed I think an hour of last time because
a lot happened in that hour.
You know what? You all did great. Just before I hear Greg say anything, I'm just gonna say you guys did great. I'm very proud of you. And then anything I say past this point, you can disregard. You're all wonderful.
Love you too, Marie.
Uh-oh.
I am very good. I had a lot of fun recently. I went to visit Jen I went down and we hung out for 9 whole days, and it was a lot of fun. And we went to Norwescon, and it was like having an extended sleepover, which Jen mentioned in her blog, and I'm totally stealing, but it was a lot of fun. So we had a grand time. Thank you, Jen, again for hosting me. And I got to meet all the cats, and all the cats love me, and I love them. So this is important. And it is, not to put too fine a point to it, but it is my birthday on Wednesday. And currently I am mentioning this because there is currently a pavlova being created upstairs.
Oh,
Oh boy.
I
And
love
it's
pavlova.
so good too. And Carrie
That's
makes
the
them so
drooling
good.
dog, right?
No.
No.
I hope not. Hopefully I didn't get that wrong. And it's the first of multiple desserts because I get to ask many things because I live with a baker. So life is good.
That's one that I could actually eat without pain.
Okay, you know what? Whenever you visit
Pavlova is
me,
gluten-free.
that's true. And so delicious. When you come over, we'll talk.
Uh-huh. Someday.
Yep, someday.
Planning.
Come visit. We'll have pavlova, which Carrie will make. She loves that. She loves when I volunteer her to make stuff. Anyways, I am playing today Mirime Hawksmoor. I am a Kalishtar College of Swords bard. I sing, I stab, I just generally have a good time. I'm traveling with my friends and with my sister Nisiana, played by Jennifer Brozak, of which at Norwescon we each got ourselves a little tutu, and they're adorable. And this is my little Nisiana, and she gets to hang out with me now too. So see, she has one to. Oh, Nisiana just committed suicide. That's not a sign of things to happen. It's fine. This is not a sign of things to happen. So, anyways, thank
They're
you.
not big.
I can't wait to hear about all your wonderful choices that you made last week.
One addendum to what Marie said about her birthday is, remember that it is on 4/26, which is Alien Day. So make sure that you send her eggs for her birthday.
Stop helping.
If by eggs you mean golden eggs.
Yeah, seriously. Yes, well, happy pre-birthday. Since we have pre-awards, I guess we can have a pre-birthday. Happy pre-birthday, Marie, and always a pleasure to have Marie with us. Also a pleasure to have what
Just like pre-birthday, that's just called pregnancy. It's just
well, that's not okay. Moving swiftly on, I will say hello and welcome to Brandon O'Brien, who is with us, who has joined us again, and is again the pre-award winner of the multiple Ennies for the Gray Shade, the tabletop role-playing game. I have no doubt. But no, how you doing, Brandon? How is life in the universe with you and such? And who are you playing in today's session?
Hi everybody, it's me, it's Brandon. Life has been a lot. This month has been very overwhelming, not just because I'm working on Grey Shade very feverishly. Suffice it to say that freelancing is hard and survival is very difficult in these trying times, so I am trying my very best. But I've been working on some things, and I'm very eager to see other people see those things. Of which I will mention some of those things after we are done avoiding mortal peril in this game.
Good stuff.
I say that like we're in mortal peril. We are not in mortal peril.
Not at all. No, I mean,
wrong. But yeah, I've been well. I am presently home alone for a couple of days because my mom is on vacation. This is supposed to be the most freeing I've ever been. Somehow I feel more overwhelmed. Yeah, so this is going to be quite relaxing. I am sure it will be. I am very excited for us to get into shenanigans this evening. I am playing Rowan Shallow, our very wonderful wild magic sorcerer with a gun, who is presently in a room with someone we are 80% sure is an ally. So we'll figure out more about that as we continue with tonight's game.
It's going to be good stuff. And yeah, given the plan you put together, you better hope it's an ally. We will find out. We're referring to a certain NPC with the name of Clock, but we'll talk about that in a minute. Always a pleasure to have Brandon with us, and also a pleasure, of course, to have Jennifer Brozek with us. With the what the heck did you call? You have a tutu? What was it?
A tutu.
A tutu. I'm sorry. A tutu. I'm sorry.
Tutu.
It's kind of. I picked up some of Marie's language. Like if the thingy is a banum. Yeah, it's a banum.
You remember it?
Yes. We had the best time. We giggled so freaking much. Like it's very nice that we are doing well, and we're both looking forward to being at Gen Con together with, I think, most of this crew.
Most of the crew. We have to figure out how to get Trent there at some point. But yes, I think everybody else. Yeah. Everybody else. I think in this call, right, is going because Brandon's coming back. Yeah, I think we'll all be there. So. But yes, how are you, Jen? Otherwise, and who are you playing today?
Well. As I told you in the green room, I may have a touch of food poisoning, so I may disappear briefly. I'll just close my thing and not screw up all the cameras but I'll be back. We'll see. Otherwise, I'm doing quite well. I've got a bunch of personal projects. I'm waiting for a bunch of editing and a series of contracts from a certain somebody who shall remain nameless in this call.
Sorry.
And then actually I'm working on some fun writing. I mean, I've got a personal project that I've been wanting to get done, but now I've got a new shiny that I'm working on, that I've outlined now, that I'm gonna play with. And also I have another novella that I'm supposed to work on that Marie actually edited for me like 3 years ago. And I've opened that up and started version 2 of that. So I've got
such a good story
going on while I'm waiting for all the other contracts to hit and make me make choices. But right now I don't have to make choices, which is good, honestly, because I've been working really hard for like 5 years straight. So I'm resting up for the chaos that is going to be the last half of the year. Also, for those of you who vote in the Hugos, nominations close as of April 30th. And if you are one of those people who can nominate, I would be pleased if you would consider some of the stuff that I have done. Let's see. And then in this game, I'm playing Nisiana di Jarasco, a halfling healer from the House of Healing, who did not want to be here, but couldn't think of a better plan, honestly, at this point. And since the GM never told me how long her Gift of the Grey lasts, doesn't know when her invisibility is going to drop.
The GM knows, though.
I'm sure the GM knows.
The GM is very aware.
And I'm actually really looking forward to the recap, because it's been long enough that I've got some of the details muddled, and I'm not quite sure why we're positioned where, and if we just didn't move Marie's character. And I won't lie, while I have a significant number of my spells still around, I am a bit concerned.
We got this.
Yeah, just a bit concerned.
I have no idea what's going on, but we got this.
Yes, I like the idea of a bit concerned, at which point the cat's head emerges. Just like, really? Like this is the concern appearing. Anyway, it's always a pleasure to have Jen with us. And yes, I should, what Triffett said, you can nominate for Hugo Awards if you are a supporting member of the 2023 Worldcon or a full member of the 2022 Worldcon. And we should, many of the people I play with should put other things that they are eligible for, now that I think of it, into the Hugo nomination pile,
please
including
do,
me.
because nominations are important.
Yeah. They definitely are. So always a pleasure to have Jen with us. And last but certainly not least, the person who was not at all related to someone who might be providing edits to someone else who was just talking about that. And that, of course, is one Mr. John Helfers. John, fresh off having single-handedly raised $7.5 million for the Kickstarter. It was just John who did that, just by himself.
Now, look,
how does it feel, John, to have $7 million to give to all of your friends now? That's how this
the
works,
word
right?
hero isn't bandied around enough. I will say that Mike I'd say it's a shared honor. Mike Stackpole and I were the ones who helped push over to 7 million.
Right.
It's funny. We were on the 24-hour thing. We were doing a call with Randall Bills. We're doing an interview with Mike Stackpole. And we crossed. Of course, he said, "Well, the two of us did it." So you have also think. Yeah, no, it's been an incredible campaign. For those of you in the stream or in chat, I know a couple people who are watching it. If you pledge, thank you very much. You're going to get your money's worth and then some. So if anyone did hear, thank you. We really appreciate it. 23,000 backers, 7.5 million and change. It's really just kind of incredible. So it's been a little head spinning. So it's great to come back here and play in this very dangerous location that we're in right now with lots of hazard and peril and more peril and hazard. Yeah, that's great. But yeah, that's what I've been up to for the past month. I am playing Eberron, the Warforged, Starforged Aegis. That's 5 times fast. Yeah. Who's currently in a bit of a pickle. The bolt in his neck, their neck, a bolt in their neck, and have joined my brethren apparently in the Ziggurat or the Flying Dreadnought, Flying Fortress, whatever they call this thing.
It is. Is this a flying fortress?
Yep.
And yes,
it's a troop transport.
Pretty much.
Not anymore.
So hopefully some half-trained Jedi is not going to blow out of the sky. Anyways, so we're in some trouble. I'd say we're like shin deep in trouble. That's how I would phrase this.
I think whenever we get to the post-mortem of the campaign, we're going to have to talk about, so like this top 5 moments of trouble for people. Like, well, there was the time that we had this, there was that time we were in the house surrounded by undead. There was that other time that we were, like, I just imagine there'll be a whole list of
there'll be a list, all right, buddy.
A montage of moments. Well, it is a great pleasure to have everyone there, and I'm going to move us over to the map so I get to show you one of those examples of things, and we can talk about the recap. It's going to be great. Let's fire up here some music and let's talk about what happened in our last session. Make sure I got my music going on here. There we go. In our last session, the King's Citadel, of course, has been sent out to the Mournland, better known as the Grey by the inhabitants of Salvation, in an effort to track down essentially a group of captives that have been taken, not just one particular group, but a number of them that have been taken from the border areas right along the Mournland. This has become a huge problem, so much of a problem that Breland itself has now gotten involved in a military capacity because they are concerned about some of the captives that are being taken. But of course, the reason Breland's military capacity is up here in the first place is because war is looming, war between Breland and Seer. In fact, the King's Citadel has probably been single-handedly responsible for heading off the war so far, but despite their brilliance, there are only 5 of them, 4 plus the new addition, and that group can only do so much, and so the party has had multiple fires to put out. This particular one involved going and finding, first of all, who took the captives and then how they could get them back. And as it turns out, it was as has previously been mentioned, repurposed troop transport, which has now been made into a flying fortress better known as the Conclave. It is run by a group of Warforged, which are loyal to the mysterious Lord of Blades. Not the first time that the King's Citadel has run into the Lord of Blades and company, because in fact, when they first found the Oracle of War, which is the titular object of this campaign, they found it in the Fireweave Bazaar when it was being hunted by people from the Lord of Blades. So the members of the King's Citadel have had this situation before. But I think it's fair to say they haven't had a situation quite this difficult. When they entered the Conclave, this floating fortress, they learned multiple things. First, that the Conclave is, as I said, crewed by something on the order of 50 to 60 at least heavily armed and trained Warforged guards. And you can see, 12 of them, I believe, sitting in that room right now with our good friend Eberron. Why is Eberron there, you ask? Because the party made the decision that the only way they were going to get into the fortress, or the best way, was going to be for Eberron to essentially asked to be recruited, to volunteer for this army. And then for the other 4, Nisiana through a gift from the Grey, and Tantin, Merime, and Rowan through a spell cast, I believe by Merime, if I'm not mistaken, of invisibility. And so they have all been, with the exception of Alarion, invisible inside this place, inside the floating fortress. So far, so good. The problem is that when they got there, they ran into some people who are fairly problematic. The biggest one, of course, is Captain Reeve, who is the cruel commander of this, and lieutenant to the Lord of Blades. He's the cruel commander of the Conclave, and the party had an opportunity to actually watch, and in fact slightly be a part of, the dismemberment of one of the Warforged that was opposed to Reeve, and opposed to him because, as it turns out, the second item that the party has learned is that the Conclave is not completely crewed by loyal crew members, that there is some organization known as the Parliament of Gears, a secret counter-resistance, you might say, or I guess just resistance, to the Lord of Blades, and that members of that group have been making some trouble for the Conclave, including the releasing of a wind elemental, previously mentioned by Tren when he was talking about Tantin, who is currently, and I believe his full name, to be clear, is Whoosh, I believe is how you pronounce it. With an extra, you want the emphasis on the whoosh, right? And he is out with Spanner, with, of course, Tantin's goodest boy. They are outside, and that means that the party is inside. So there's that. There are, therefore, elementals, which are powering, of course, this conclave, which the party has decided must be freed. But there are also the captives, which is the first reason they came out here, that also have to be freed. And that's not the only thing they discovered, because while they were in the midst of doing all this, they also ran into this person over here. This person over here is named Clock. And Clock, as it turns out, is a Warforged artificer who was able to see through the invisibility, somehow, of both Rowan and of Tantin. And as it turns out, Clock is himself a member of the Parliament of Gears and is sympathetic to their efforts. The reason that Clock has not been basically destroyed or executed or so on, well, first of all, Clock has not admitted that he's part of the Parliament of Gears, but secondly, he is too good at what he does, and it is actually he's responsible for piloting the conclave. And so thanks to that and his other skill, Reeve has kept them around. But it is, of course, only a matter of time before Clock finally falls afoul of whatever rule Reeve has set in place. And so the party has hatched what might be described as an incredibly cunning or perhaps a desperate plan. And the plan is as follows. Clock, talking with all of them, indicated that they are being sent back. The whole conclave is gradually making its way back to a place called Rock Crag, where apparently the Lord of Blades can be found, his hideout. And there are a number of captives that have already been brought, along with a number of Warforged, which the Lord of Blades is assembling there. For what reason, no one knows, but it probably can't be good. So the party has decided they need to get both the captives and the elementals, and then they decided they also should get Clock out of this if they possibly can. And so they've decided on the following plan. Clock, the artificer, is going to attempt to stun the guard who is standing right outside the door of this facility. Rowan is going to, at that point, go and deal with the captives, going to try to find out where the captives are and then free them, while Tantin, individually, goes downstairs to try to find and free the elementals, while simultaneously, Alarion, who has been followed by Nisiana and Merime, has been brought down here to his quarters because Reeve, impressed with Alarion's coolness in participating in this dismemberment ritual I previously mentioned, has decided to take Alarion on a provisional basis. However, the telepathy between all of the party members doesn't work throughout much of the ship because of the distance involved, which means that Alarion doesn't know where everyone is exactly. Nisiana and Merime don't know about this plan that has been hatched by Rowan and Tantin because they wouldn't have any way to know that, and they're not really in contact with each other. And the last little small wrinkle that I'll mention, thank you for the follow, Sunblighter. The last wrinkle that I'll mention is the fact that, as previously mentioned, there is the equivalent of a restraining bolt. Those of you familiar with Star Wars, think about the restraining bolt in R2-D2. There is a restraining bolt like that, which has been placed in the loyal members of the Lord of Blades and Captain Reeves' retinue. And now Alarion has one of those bolts too. And so, with all that in play, we left our final session, our last session, with Alarion being brought into this place where there are 12 seats, and around the room, in each of these 12 seats, is one of the Warforged guards that currently seem to be in some kind of stasis, or perhaps communing half-sleep. But as I mentioned, there is a nice chair all set up for Alarion too, whenever Alarion wants to use it. And so with all that said, I am now going to hand things back over. We have 1, 2, 3, if I count them properly, subplots that we're going to be talking about. Can they do it? I know the King's Citadel can. And so I'm going to hand things back over to the party, and I'm going to start with Alarion and, sorry, yeah?
With Marie.
I'm going to start with, yes, I'm going to start with Marie, yes.
I have a question for
Sure.
the telepathy, though, because right now it works up to 80 feet.
Mm-hmm.
So am I still connected to Alarion?
You are connected to Alarion, but not to Rowan and to Tanton.
They're doing great, though. I have every...
You have every...
Yeah. Like, no worries there whatsoever.
That's
right. I'm glad that you do.
I feel high confidence. You all did great. Okay, that's all. I wanted to make sure.
Yes. And in fact, I'm going to start with, I'm going to work from Alarion outwards. I want to start with Alarion, then I'm going to come to Merimee and Nisiana next, and then we'll jump up to the Tanton and Rowan split show, the buddy comedy as they go off to do their things. So I'll start with Alarion. All right, so Alarion, you were in the middle of this room, and as I say, as you look around, you can see these 12 that are seated. There's also a very slight, almost imperceptible hum. Now, that's not the hum of the conclave powering up to move, but it seems like it's something in this room in particular. You can also feel a slight tingling in the extremities, kind of. I know you're hovering and not touching the floor, but down at the soles of your feet, you can kind of feel a little bit of that tingling there.
So there's energy flowing through this room.
Yep.
What is... Are the walls blue? I see the room is lined in a blue line. What exactly is that?
That's correct. So there is, and that's to sort of reflect the feeling of energy that you have. No, the walls are not. This is running along the floor. Obviously, it's a metal floor, but and you would need to check this directly, but it seems to run. It seems to incorporate all of the chairs. Like if you look over, you can see this faint kind of bluish tinge behind all of the chairs. And there is this one grate up here that you could see in the top left of the room, from which the electricity seems to be arcing. And it seems to kind of, again, I don't want to say electricity because it's not like a lightning bolt, but it's this sort of faint blue that kind of goes all around the room. And it does seem to have this spot here where the electricity or where the energy does not seem to be flowing. Far too small for you to fit behind there, but just, you know, to note that it seems to be coming from and around this grate.
So the other interesting thing in this room is it appears to have, is that a window?
Yes,
on the opposite wall?
It is indeed.
Right. According to that, so I'm trying to remain partially alert in case any of the other Warforged here take notice of my actions or react anyway. I realize that's not going to be, I'm not like looking around constantly because I want to look out this damn window.
Right.
But I'm trying to be alert to other movement in the room, put it that way.
Okay. Yeah, they do not at the moment seem to take any notice of your presence at all, at least not so far. This is the starboard side of the conclave, and as you look out, you are currently on what I believe is the middle level. Let me confirm that.
Yeah, we are.
You're on the middle level, so you're kind of in the middle of that sort of building that's in the middle of the conclave fortress, because you may remember that it's settled down and it created these perimeter walls and all that. So looking out, you can see the perimeter walls. You can see the sort of the constant, you know, weird shifting of the sky and the air for the gray. And you can also see that it is growing increasingly dark. As you know, it was coming on darkness anyway. So it's basically coming in on evening time, but you do see the glow of the towers of the perimeter wall, because you may remember the walls themselves are also kind of electrified. The outer walls of the conclave. Past where
I remember.
Yeah.
Believe me. Yeah. The window, is it glass?
It appears to be some kind of strong, almost, it's not glass. It seems to be almost like a clear, plastic wouldn't be right in this universe, but some kind of a, it could be like a tempered, but exceeding strong kind of tempered
It's an
glass.
arcanolaminate crystal.
Yeah.
There you go.
Of course. Exactly. Precisely.
That's what Arf meant to say. Yeah,
right.
Right.
Yeah,
I didn't want to get too
he knows
technical,
what it
but
is.
yeah. Right.
All right. Well, I'm not a dwarf or an artificer. But I imagine this would take some strength to break.
Yes, you would think so. And it's certainly not in one hit from one creature. You would presumably have to hit it multiple times. You also don't know. The glow, as I said, is at your feet, not on the walls. So it is possible that the electrical field or whatever the energy field wouldn't affect you trying to break through the window, but it would almost certainly make substantial amounts of noise, regardless. Even.
Oh yeah. No, I'm not trying to. It is an escape route, not a sneaky out route. Because I assume there's absolutely no way to open it.
Correct. Yeah. No, it does not.
Ooh, those warforged need some fresh air. No.
Yeah.
Not a thing. Okay.
And they shouldn't be on a troop transport then.
Yeah. Okay, go back to the room and contact Mirame.
Hey. How's it going?
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm with 11 other warforged in this room. And when I go to the door, I assume nothing happens, right, Arv?
Correct. Nothing happens.
Bath.
So, you need to go find
the guard has
Rowan.
moved off, by the way. I should mention. The guard with the dog has moved off down the stairs, apparently.
Can we...
Since we've been telepathically connected, I'm assuming that I know that he has the pass, the coin, whatever it's called.
You mean the guard that had?
No. Rowan has it. That he got it off the guard last session.
So well, I'm trying to remember. I guess I'm trying to remember if Rowan was close enough to you during that last session at any point or not.
Yeah, when
but
they
he
came.
He didn't give it to me. I just need to. Yeah, but I just need to know he has it. And Marie would have told me that.
What Rowan did.
Yeah.
Even though everybody else who is invisible can't see each other, Marie can see the one she made invisible.
Right. Okay, yes. So that's true. So based on that, then Marame, you could pass that along to Larian if you wish.
Right. Which I'm kind of assuming you did because you need to get me out of here.
And there's no way, like, when I look at the door, there's no way that I can prick it from what I've seen and what I've...
Not anything obvious. And, of course, the problem is, too, that if you start to pick the lock, there is the possibility, depending on what happens with this lock, that you might become visible. You don't know, but it is conceivable. There is, of course, another guard up here who's on the other side of the chamber, but...
Okay, but I know Rowan is at least okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And Tanton.
And I can't.
Oh, we're on the same level. Okay.
Yeah.
Thankfully, yes. It's a 1+ right now.
Patience.
For some reason, I thought we were on different levels. At least
you were for a while.
On the same level.
And so also, the night is young. Fear not.
Yeah. I'm aware of that one.
Yeah. Quiet, you.
Okay, so all right. Well, hang tight. And I will go see about getting the key.
Yeah, I'm not going anywhere.
Nisiana, do you want to come with me or do you want to stay here and guard the door? But we're going to lose telepathic contact if I move within 80 feet of you.
What do you think? She says, holding onto your tabard.
I think you should come with me.
Yeah. Okay.
We'll stick
Also,
together.
Point of information, Greg.
Yes.
If I remember correctly, because Nisiana's a bleeding heart, and that's how I play her, there was something about the captives were being used for something until they were useless, and then they were literally just discarded in the desert.
That's right. In fact, you found one who had also been dismembered because he was part of the Parliament of Gears. But yes,
but the captives.
The captives. That's right. They basically work, from what you've heard, they work them until they are useless, and then they cast them aside. Although you also heard that they don't necessarily do that to every captive. Some captives may be more valuable than others. But yes, they are being worked to within an inch of their lives, and then once they're of no worth to anyone, they are thrown aside.
But I can't do anything about the captives. I can't see them. I'm not doing that. So yes, I am staying with Marie, because otherwise she can't see me and I can't see her. We can only be in contact with each other. But what she does say is make sure that we don't get too far away from the door, because she knows how the spells work.
Okay.
The door here? Okay.
Yeah. So because you can't, if you lose contact, I don't think you can regain it. Can you?
I think so.
Do you need to have line of sight to regain it, I wonder? I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know how that I thought. Oh, I hope I didn't just make it harder for us.
No,
I would have asked. I would have asked that question regardless. Like, I mean, it was depending on what you folks were going to do.
Because I got Thought Singer. Thought Singer is kind of like the feat that makes it higher.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
So, when establishing, decide if they can communicate only with you or with each other. When speaking telepathically using Mind Link, can use help action to aid them in attacking a creature, even if you are more than 5 feet away from them, which could be handy. Okay, Mind Link.
Once it's established, it lasts for an hour, right?
Yeah, once it's established, the creature.
Does it, well, the question is, does it
break if I get too far?
Yeah, and does it come back into connection when you get close enough?
It says telepathically, you can use your action to give that creature the ability to speak, which I did when we started, to speak telepathically with you for 1 hour or until you end this effect as an action.
Right.
So I think I have to sever the connection completely. If I step out, I just won't be able to communicate, but I should be able to step back into the field. Does that sound fair?
Possibly, because what it says, I'm looking at it right now, and what it says is that for Mind Link, which is the Kalashtar thing you're using, right? That you do have to see the creature, and it must be within a certain range. Now, the question is, see it to establish it. I'm still looking to see if you need to maintain it.
It says to break it, I need to use an action, so... But...
Yeah, right. So I would say probably, I would say for now we'll suggest that it is still within range. Then I have this image of it being like a walkie-talkie that gets out of range, like it you know, and you can't actually hear.
Everybody's like, what the hell?
Yeah, like, this thing doesn't work. Stupid cell signal. So yeah, so I guess we'll say that for now. But I guess what I'm pointing out is that it's not infinite in terms of its like power to be able to establish it or not. But that said, yeah, I mean it is the Kalashtar thing as well, so I'm inclined to be more understanding.
So then it would be that I would step away from Alarian, step towards reestablish with the others who are in the other room, and then come back within that field type of thing. Okay. Yep. Perfect.
Assuming Alarian hasn't moved in the meantime, but Alarian wouldn't be able to move unless Alarian jumps out of the window. They wouldn't be able to.
At least you know that Alarian is set for the moment, and he can't just go wandering off by himself.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks.
We'll be as quick as possible, Alarian. Try to stay out of trouble.
They look around at the other Warforged in here, calculate the odds of forming him into an Ursat's army, then sees the bolt on every one of them, like, affirmative.
All right. So I will, holding Nisiana's hand, will walk away.
No, I got a hold of your tabard. Your hands are free. Your sword is free. You need to stab something and become uninvisible. You are able to do
I'm ready. Perfect. So we will walk kind of until we establish Link.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hello? Hello?
Hello. All right. So at this point,
Can you hear me now?
So at this point, we can, and you're contacting, I assume, either Rowan or Tanton. Just anybody in the mind link. So, Rowan and Tanton, I would say you both hear this, hello, type of thing.
Is anyone out there?
No. Oh,
what's the frequency, Tanton?
Do I respond on the same frequency? Of course you do.
How do you think this works? God.
Right. If you're not on the frequency, you won't hear them. Anyway.
We need the key to get Alarian out. With the key that Rowan has, and you're behind a door with a guard outside of it, and also possibly in trouble. Are you in trouble?
There's no guard outside of it.
Actually, yes, there is.
There's a guard right there.
Oh, wait.
Outside of
The guard
our
left
room.
my door.
Right.
Yeah,
he's outside of your door, their door.
Yeah.
And it's another guard, a separate guard. To be clear.
Yeah.
I suppose. I keep wanting to say Brandon. No, that's not his name.
Rowan.
Thank you, Rowan. I'll let Rowan answer for himself.
Yeah, he can hear me too, Rowan. I pinged both of you. And Nisiana, you can hear us, of course.
I suppose we can do that. Just to be sure, I don't know how Warforged work. Are they at rest, unconscious? What's the word?
No.
So
It's good.
it's called sentry rest. Basically, while they're motionless and look inert, I always have awareness of my surroundings. It's kind of like sleep of a computer, but if someone were to sit down in front of it and want to react, I could.
Yeah, and Mia Tantan explained this to all of us in character.
So I want to be sure. We are going to need Alarian when we're ready to fight. But do we want to create the circumstance whereupon Alarian has to fight 10 of his kin immediately upon us opening that door? Or do we want to wait until after we do everything else?
That doesn't make sense to me. The door opened, nobody attacked. He went in. So if somebody opens the door and he walks out, they're not going to attack. The one that will attack is the one that we're looking at right now.
Oh, Clock's going to take care of that.
Oh yeah.
Wait, whose clock?
Oh! Well,
We'll explain that to you after and then I open the door.
Okay. So, the door opens, and now, so once the door opens, the guard starts turning this way, and Clock kind of looks to the two of you, Rowan and Tanton, as if to be like, so now? Perhaps? Okay.
That would be nice.
So Clock says, very well. And you see what you see emerging. So you see the door open. You see the guard start to turn around. And as this happens, you see another Warforged looking shorter, actually, than most Warforged, and having kind of like little sort of pits and scars and places where clearly it almost looks like sort of scorch marks or something on his body in various places, especially around his hands. But one of his hands has a bright, glowing gauntlet on it. And as the guard turns around, Clock says, "Oh, I'm sorry about this," and then punches him directly in the face. The guard goes flying back about 5 feet. There's a sound, and he lands on the ground and lies still, and the gauntlet goes dark. And Clock stands there sort of shaking it out a little bit and saying, "All right, won't be able to use that for a few more hours. All right then, it's done now." And you can, he says, back into the room. And he looks down here and says, "Oh, more of your invisible friends. Do you all show up this way?"
that's Clock, by the way.
You can see us?
Charmed. Well, yes.
Can others see us?
No.
Oh.
At least I
Lovely to
don't
meet
think
you.
so. But it's good to meet you as well. You're friends with these two, I suppose. And also Tantanite, Tantan and Rowan can come out if you wish. I don't know if you just want to. Okay.
That's what I'm doing.
I will state that Nisiana is basically edging behind Merime because she is scared.
Oh.
She is really, really a Warforged who can see through magic is a threat to be concerned about, and she has no idea what has been planned. And she is so far out of her depth.
I am going to sense her doing this and step in front of her and kind of reach back and just gently, like, it's okay, we got this. And then we got this. And I'll just ping her and say, nobody else can see us. He said as much.
Although I'm glad to see you had a reunion, we probably don't want to stay out here in the main level. There will be other guards coming, and I'm, as you can see, rather... I'm spent. And he kind of holds up his gauntlet.
Our friend is in that room over there.
Oh, well, you won't get him out of there.
Okay.
Wait,
Very
what?
quickly, I want to check the guard to see if there's another key.
Okay.
Oh, smart Rowan. God damn, I am so happy you were with us.
So there is a coin that you see on this as well. Yes, there is one.
Okay,
MVP.
cool. I take the coin off of this guard, hand it to Clock, and say, if you'd be a dare, can you give this to those two wonderful friends of ours, wherever in this hallway they are standing, while I drag this body into this room, and I'm gonna take the guard and put him inside here.
Okay, so you're going to put him in here?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You could definitely do that. You have anywhere in particular you can see for yourself? There's like desks and tables and crates and like an anvil and stuff. Is there anywhere you want to like stuff him or just leave him on the floor, Ron?
A smelter.
Yeah, like just dump him in the forge.
You know what? I'm gonna do what I think Rowan would obviously do in a state of panic while trying to hide a Warforged body, which is that I'm gonna put him right next to the table with the anvil, and then I'm gonna throw down the table with the anvil on top of him.
Nice.
To be clear, I'm going to need a strength check from you because, my friend, an anvil is heavy. This is a big anvil. So I will ask for a strength check, please.
And I think it's beautiful that you chose to do that, because as soon as I glanced over when you were like going to drag him in a thing, and I was like, you could put the anvil on him, and I was like,
there you go.
It's kind of like Thor putting the putting the old on somebody.
Whosoever holds the hammer.
Strength. This is gonna go well, I'm sure.
See?
Might.
Now, if I were being mean, I would say that's a save, not a check. And I did ask for a strength check, but that's okay. I will allow it in this case. So that is enough. So what you so there's a sort of pause, and then you hear this horrific clang and boom and clattering from the room. And Clock says, "Oh dear, I think he may have knocked something over."
Yes.
What did you do there, Rowan? That was a lot of noise, you know.
I poke my head back out of the room and go, you don't need that anvil for anything after we leave, do you?
Oh, no, I don't suppose so. No.
Then I did nothing of note.
And through the mind link, I'm asking, is he coming with us?
Sort of.
Clock comes over to give you the coin, Merime, or whoever. I assume it's Merime because Nisian is behind Merime.
I will.
Nisian is not accepting a single frickin' thing from a Warforged that's not Ilarian at this point.
Okay.
Will we be able to open the door where our friend is with this?
Certainly, you'll be able to open the door. The problem is what happens when you open it.
Oh, that sounds interesting. Do tell.
You see, when you followed their usual protocol, they brought your friend into that room because that is where the resting room is held. It's where usually the other Warforged guards stay in stasis and/or commune sleep, and they're supposed to stay there in commune sleep until they leave. Once your friend tries to leave, unless there is literally a guard walking and escorting him out, they will probably all rise and attempt to attack him.
Okay, that doesn't sound wonderful. Is there any way to get him out?
Yes, there is. If all of them are members of the Parliament of Gears, which your friend will tell you is an organization that secretly works here, then they won't attack him at all. You just have to hope that all 11 of them are members of the Parliament of Gears.
How about we
While
just
this
have him move
conversation
really
is
fast
happening,
and close
I'm
the
just-
door?
Wait, sorry, one at a time. Go ahead, Jen, first.
I said, why don't we just have him move really fast and close the door?
Well, you can do that, but they probably would be able to, well, I suppose you could try. They would then probably bang on the door making a noise, but I'm sure you've thought about that already. Go ahead, Rowan. What were you going to say?
While this is happening, I'm gesturing in the direction I think that Tanton is standing in, but I don't know. And everyone can hear me in the mind link going, I knew this was gonna happen. If we open that door and we have to fight 9 Warforged, then we're all gonna screw the rest of this plan up. This is...
We
Are we
can't
sure we
leave
can't
Valerian
wait?
behind.
I'm not saying leave him behind. I'm saying, do we want to open this door last, after we get allies?
I think he might.
Folks who can...
I hate to say it, but I think he might be right. I mean, if we open it now and it just makes everything crumble, we won't be able to save the elementals or the captives.
Oh, speaking of which, that's a bit of good news. Clock told us where they are.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you, Clock.
Oh, it's my pleasure. And it strikes me there is one thing I could do. If your friend were able to, well, rush out of the door, you open it with that, he rushes out of the door and closes it, I probably could, well, rig this, and he holds up the now dim gauntlet, to set up kind of a counter loop, essentially something which would continue to keep the door shut. That would certainly make it so they couldn't escape, though, as I said, they might make noise. But it would only last so long. Eventually, the remainder of the gauntlet's energy would be drained, and then the door would open, and all, I think it's 11 of them right now, would come pouring out. So if you can simply do it before that...
May I pose an option?
Please.
And that option is we leave Alarian behind and then go free one or the other, the spirits or the captives, and then we are discovered and we don't have Alarian to, I don't know, draw fire. And then we have to fight through them to come back and get him. Or we just get him and then go do the thing because we know where they are.
Alarian.
Hang on one moment. Being known as Clock, I wish to address them.
let me see if they're close enough.
I mean, it'll be through Merime.
Yeah, but I don't think can Merime...
I could
She can't include him. She needs to talk to Clock.
Oh,
through her.
Okay. Translate.
That's all.
Got it.
Yeah.
Yes.
So,
Got it. Okay.
Two things.
One word at a time.
Well, actually, the conversation between Merime and I are going to go fast.
Mhm.
One, you said that a person leaving this room has to be escorted by a guard. Correct?
And you relay that, Mermaid, I assume?
Yeah,
Yeah.
to Clock, yeah.
Yes, that's right.
And did you people not just have the unconscious body of a guard in the next room? If you just need the guard to be there, that is the escort they're looking for.
Well, I'm not really sure if they just need to drag a body. Presumably it would need to seem as if it were escorting them. These creatures, the Warforged in there, are aware of things. There's just no reason for them to act when things are as normal. I suppose if you could make it seem that he was not unconscious, but I appear to have caused a problem when I hit him in the face.
So we need 4 kobolds.
Can any of us make him appear to not be unconscious? Perchance?
An illusion? Doing a spell like that would cause Mermaid to become visible.
Yeah, I could if it was not for the invisibility spell, but right now I can't.
Okay. Secondly, Clock, you mentioned something about stasis sleep. What exactly is that?
It's
a communal sleep.
Yeah.
Yes, that exactly.
It's essentially a way for the Warforged here to regain some of their energy. There's a field within that room. You might be able to feel it yourself, which over time will have a positive beneficial effect on the Warforged, gradually healing them and perhaps balancing their bodies, let's say. And so it is designed for them to remain in stasis unless such time as they are called for or something unusual happens. They're aware of what is occurring, but there's no reason for them to do anything unless anything unusual happens. Until then, they remain in this period of rest, let's say. And it's rotated. Many of the other Warforged are around guarding the Conclave, while these are in taking their rest.
What about the communal aspect of it?
Oh, well, it's more the fact that they're all doing the same thing. In fact, I imagine that at a certain point, it might occur to them that it's odd that you're standing by the door just staring at it, as I assume you're doing. They might expect you to sit down.
Can they leave this stasis sleep voluntarily?
Yes, if something has broken the typical protocol.
I mean, what if something hasn't broken the typical protocol? Can any of them, like me, for example, I noticed none of them have gotten up yet.
Right, because you simply came in. It was said, I imagine they said something like, enjoy your quarters or enjoy your rest or something, and that's all normal, so there's no reason for any of them to get up. They could get up whenever they wish, but there's no reason for them to right now. But as I say, if you start seeming odd to them, like standing in one place forever, they might become suspicious and stand at a certain point.
All right. Since we have not caused an alarm yet, I suggest the rest of you attempt to free the captives. I'm going to try this seat and see what happens. If I can contact members of the parliament that may be in here somehow and let them know that allies are at hand, I will endeavor to do so. But for now, don't open this door and set them on alert. It doesn't make any sense.
You're going to need the local subnet mask, by the way.
You need the what?
The local subnet mask.
Oh, well, yeah, that's true. The IP address.
Yeah.
Got to log in.
Mm-hmm.
And with that, I take my place on the lone seat in here.
Okay. Well, just a quick note to Ilarion. When you settle in, I'm sorry, Brandon, one sec. Well, just when you settle into that seat, Ilarion, you can feel the sort of tingling, then sort of flow. A connection. Yes, a connection kind of flow up your body.
Ooh, wireless.
And yes, it's wireless charging. They finally did it.
Yep.
Still doesn't charge cell phones, but it charges Warforged. So it means that you are going to actually gain a hit point back, not an Aegis point, but
that's fine. I'll take it.
But you'll go from 61 to 62. And it seems to be one of these slow. It's a trickle charge, if you will. It will slowly do this.
Hey, I'm all good.
I will also say, Ilarion, that you feel this sort of odd kind of well, how would I put this? There's a soporific quality to sitting here, and you can feel these sort of waves of warmth and comfort that seem to be coming somewhere from the restraining bolt, theoretically, in your neck. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw for me, please.
Okay. Right, I can't be forced to go to sleep.
Yes, it may not be doing that.
All right, a con saving throw.
Yes.
Got this. You're great.
Please do this well, because we don't want you to be drugged.
Ooh, that was
Nice.
almost a
It was
5.
hiding a 5. It was sitting there.
17.
Yeah, so you're fine. You feel this sort of you're able to kind of like shake your head a little bit, and you can sense that it's more sort of like the lovely experience of just comfort and rest and this sort of nice warm hum. There's all very peaceful and all that sort of thing. But you're able to sort of stay clear of it. So right now you're just there as the other Warforged are there.
And no one has still reacted to my presence in any way.
That is correct. Not so far.
Okay.
So, and soporific is when you're in your second year in high school?
Yes, exactly. You are a wise fool of sleep. That is exactly what that means.
If you're in a school with a bad English department, yes, absolutely.
Yeah, amen.
I'm from Texas, of course I am.
They're all bad.
They're all bad. Okay, Brandon, I'm sorry I interrupted you as you were going. What do you want to say about Ron?
So, after Ilarian has shared all of that, I go, with that in mind, I think the best course of action, since we're going to look for both the prisoners aboard and the elementals who power this ship at the same time, that we send any Parliament of Gears folk to this door, since I'm pretty sure they're accustomed getting in fistfights with Warforged already anyway. I think it would be kind of an injustice to send our elementals in that direction.
And are you saying this to openly so Clock can hear it, or inwardly in the mind link? Okay, so Clock nods and he says, well, I'm sure they'd be willing to do it, but you must realize that the Parliament of Gears is, well, they're a secretive organization and they don't really have meetings. We don't actually know who else is in the Parliament of Gears, really. It's more a loose affiliation. I don't know if I can, it's not like a hand signal I can give and say, or a secret code like gear, and they say Parliament, and then we know. It's just a organization of like-minded individuals. So I don't know how we're going to find them, at least not in time.
As of this moment, it does not matter to me what club anyone is a member of. What matters to me is, are captives willing to fight for freedom? I'm willing to bet the answer is yes. But I think it would be kind of unfortunate to put anyone who can't take an iron punch in front of this door when we're ready to get Ilarian.
Well, then we better get to freeing those captives then, I suppose.
I kind of hope that once we free the spirits, their ire will create enough chaos.
Well, yes, this is also true, but that chaos should probably be directed towards the physical mass of the ship, so we can actually get out the rest of the doors.
And there will definitely be chaos. I don't think anyone will know what they'll do, he says cheerily.
Marimay has a message from Whoosh to give them.
And
in which case,
okay, he nods.
I think that it would probably be best for you both to find the elementals, while the two of us and Clock get all of
you want me and Marimay to find the elementals? We don't have the technical skill to get them free. That needs me a Tantan.
Right, this is true. Well, fair. Tantan, would you like to join them? And I guess Clock and I will handle the rest on our own. I'm sure it wouldn't be that much of a problem.
And it's also very likely that some of the prisoners will require some sort of healing aid.
I know.
And once these elementals are freed, is absolutely correct. It's going to be chaotic. So releasing
So what you're telling me is Marimay needs to go with you and I need to go with you.
No, I'm saying that none of you should be with me.
Are you sure?
Well, how many of you want to walk naked through a hurricane?
Yeah, but Marimay's the one who can talk to them.
Yeah, I can speak with them, and I've been in worse situations.
And she's the one who has the message from their brethren.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like the idea of, I have no idea what's going on, but I'm totally jumping right back in. I don't like the idea.
As much as I don't like to say this, I think I need to go with Rowan, and you need to go with me and Tantan. And talk to the spirits as he frees them, and Rowan and I can deal with the captives, because some of them will need healing. Rowan, I cannot see you, so I'm going to need you to tell me where you are so I can come to you and grasp
right here.
I can.
Well, he's right over there. Can't you see him?
I can help you find him, Nisiana.
Different invisibility spell.
An easy, obvious answer to this question is I step beside Clock and go, walk toward Clock and we can hold each other's hand briefly before we until we get to where we're going.
Can put my hand in yours.
Yeah, I will lead her, and then I will ping you, just you, Rowan, and I will say, Rowan, please take care of my sister.
I just picture like as she's getting closer and Rowan's waiting, like trying to fight her, not remembering that she's like a gnome, and smack, it hits her right in the head. And just,
No.
If please take care of my sister, Rowan. I will owe you one.
I promise you, I'm typically not trustworthy, but once I'm a part of the crew, if we're getting in, we're getting out, and that includes your sister.
Perfect. Same to you, my friend. You will not be left behind. And I'll ping Nisiana and say, please be careful.
You too. Watch the Tanton. He doesn't. Make sure he frees the spirits.
Oh, okay. I will. I promise.
Just make sure they're beings like us. They can feel.
Right.
They can make choices.
You all are really fascinating. You come out invisible and then you just stand staring off into space for a while. Is this how you all behave?
And Rowan, I will basically ask you, do you have a sash or something? I can't remember what your character looks like, what he's wearing.
I think the solution that I find for this is, I take out a handkerchief, and I tie both of our pinky fingers together with it.
I don't know if that's going to work, but you don't. I'm also going to grab a hold of like the hem of your shirt, because remember, I'm really fucking short, really fucking short. I'm a halfling.
And I just call in Tantan's direction. Tantan, don't die. You're the only person who can fix this. And I point at my arm, even though you cannot see it.
I was gonna say, okay. You mean this whole situation? I mean, I could theoretically, yes, I could reattach the finger. Oh, that, yes. No, I'm not the only person. Clock could do it.
True, but I like you. And also, you don't deserve to be trapped on this.
Where's Clock going, by the way? Who is he going with?
Clock's joining us.
Ask. He's going with us.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I guess lead us to where the captives are.
All right. So we're going to take this one by one. We'll start with you folks, and then I'll come to Tantan next.
That's vague. Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to sorry. I was looking at the tokens. That's not very helpful to Rowan, that I'm looking at on the screen. I'm going to come to Rowan and Nisiana while Marame is going down with Tantan, right? So we'll start with Rowan and Nisiana and Clock. I will also mention for folks who just come in, welcome. You are watching day 35 of D&D with Infinity and Beyond. I am joined by the incredible Infinity and Beyond crew, as always, of Tren Sparks, of Marie Bilodeau, of John Helfers, Jennifer Brozick, and Brandon O'Brien. We are playing Oracle of War, Eberron Oracle of War. This is a very long, extensive campaign. We're in season 3 of it, and we are in called Parliament of Gears. And, well, the season is called Dogs of War. This part of it is called Parliament of Gears, and we are in part 6 of it. If you like what you see in here, please follow the channel, support, and do all those good things, and watch the VODs from previous, and welcome. Okay, so let's start with Rowan and Nisiana and Clock. So Clock brings you up this way. Now, this is all happening simultaneously, so I'm going to assume that Marame and Tantan are like descending the stairs as you people are going to. So, but for right now, we're just going to deal with them as you go up here. So he comes up here and he says, now, if I'm correct, this is where a lot of the guard activity tends to be, and I know that I've seen several of the captives looking rather in difficult shape, I must say, go through this door. So I have to assume that this is where they're being kept. But I generally have not been allowed in there myself. I spend more of the time in my laboratory or piloting the ship. So this, I think, is where you would look if you wish to find them. And it's that spot that he pinged is the door that he's mentioning.
By the way,
Let's be absolutely.
Brandon, I'm not going to move my character until you do because I'm literally holding on to like your shirt hem.
So let's do that.
So
then.
where you go, I go.
The fact that she's holding onto it means that she has pulled it out from where it is tucked into your pants. So you are looking unbelievably unfashionable right now.
Okay, I pulled out the pocket or something. I've got a hold of him.
So, Clock, just to be sure, do you mean that there is possibly a guard on the other side of this door right now?
No, I don't think so. They don't usually keep the guards in there. We've removed him from the equation. Of course, there are patrols, and probably will be one coming through here in the next few minutes, but otherwise, the one outside my door was usually the one outside this door. And as you can see, they needed to get the captives out quickly, and he points, and you can see that hanging on a hook by the door is what looks like essentially one of the coin keys, except it's dangling from what looks almost like a lanyard, and it's just hanging from the hook outside the door. And he says, "You see? Quite easy. At least this part."
There was a key here the whole time. Okay. Understood.
Like,
and
should we? I asked Rowan if we should. Actually, can I even talk to Rowan now?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's true, actually. I wonder, does that have to be... Because, Marimea, if you move out of range, then presumably Nisian and Rowan wouldn't stay connected, right? So...
I would dare say that's how it would work.
Right, so you'd have to just whisper to each other, because you are right next
Okay,
to
I
each
guess
other.
I whisper. Do we take the key?
The less keys they have, the easier it allows us to move into space if we need to hide behind something. But that's not going to help us for long. In any case, we're taking it.
Okay.
I take the key, and I use that key to open that door.
Okay, so you reveal the following.
Blagothkus! No.
Oh, God.
One of these days, Blagothkus is going to be there, and that will be quite a day.
I'm not understanding the word you're saying.
It's a... Blagothkus was a character from the Tyranny of Dragons campaign that we played.
Oh.
Who's a
He was
giant,
a cloud giant.
and he's a cloud giant, and like it was one of those things that for whatever reason that name struck Trent funny. So whenever it was like, and it opens to reveal, he was always like Blagothkus, and it never actually was.
Because he died when his castle crashed.
Right, so it's unlikely.
I
Undead
think I would be
Blagothkus.
okay with the cloud giant just sort of randomly showing up.
Uh-huh.
Really? Okay, makes note.
Noted.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Oh, wait.
Oh, too late.
Okay.
Anything to make Trent happy.
So, okay. So, when you open this room up, it reveals the following. These are, it looks like basically a windowless storage room, and you can see that there are, on the ground, there are these rudimentary bedrolls, which mostly look like discarded, dirty clothes, basically. Not really a bed as such. There is a box on one side that there's kind of a small, almost like a footlocker type thing. There is what looks like a small oil-fired cooking stove. And then you can see, if you look up just to the north of the room, that there is what looks like some kind of, maybe like it might be like a waste bucket or something like that. And the place reeks of body odor and fecal matter and stuff like that.
And oil smoke. And
you can also see there is that one ever bright, although it's grimy, so it's not as bright as other places here, ever bright lantern, which is up against the wall. And lying on the ground, mostly lying on the ground, although there's one that's standing that I'll describe, there are a total of 8 people here. And let me tell you what they are. So, first of all, nope, find my Eberron. There's my Eberron things. Okay, that's what I'm looking for. Right. Okay. So first of all, yes, load the set. Great, thanks. Okay, so first of all, we have Okay, not that large.
The biggest human we've ever met.
Exactly. Hello.
There's that giant you wanted.
Yeah, exactly. My name is Blagarthus, not Blagarthus.
You are the Brute Squad.
Okay, so first of all, this person who is lying looks almost like and you know, it's not easy to see them. Probably human, but sort of looks kind of half unconscious on the, in quotes, bed, such as it is, the bedroll, kind of their arm is sort of slumped over. It looks to be some kind of male human from what you can tell. Then you see over, just sort of actually near the bed, you see what looks like a halfling, and the halfling is basically right by this footlocker, and is basically sort of like has her hand up on the footlocker, and is staring at the wall, like doesn't even move when the door opens. So there's that. Then you have right near here, and I will show you in just a second. Okay. Okay. Standing facing you as you enter is what looks like, and Nisiana, you were immediately struck by the similarity about the facial features in this creature that you're looking at to your sister. Almost certainly this is a Kalashtar, but it is a Kalashtar who looks maybe somewhat in better shape than some of the other captives that you see here, but is standing facing you and sort of with this quizzical expression, and as I say, looks to be somewhat a little bit in better condition. Then we have okay, over here near the waste bucket, perhaps having just used it actually, is a human who looks at you with sort of very bright and inquisitive eyes, and again looks less sort of hurt than the two that I previously mentioned, the halfling and the human that is currently on the bed. Okay.
Oh, doesn't look at them because they're invisible.
Doesn't
look at them quizzically because they are invisible.
Oh, that's right. That's right. That looks at clock quizzically. Well, that, yeah, I meant towards the door.
Yeah. Okay.
Not them, but yes, because clock is there. Okay. Then we have. Oh wait, is that? I need someone who looks older. There we go.
No, dude.
Yeah, sorry about the token size. Nothing I can do about that. Standing sort of with seated, looking out from the wall, is a again what looks like another human, although this one has kind of a lined face and grayish wispy hair, and kind of the arms look sort of, you know, kind of knotted muscles type of thing, as if through hard labor, but this one also looks kind of weak. Does not look looks kind of vaguely in the direction of the door, but not too much.
Oh, there's more. Okay.
Yeah, 3 more, and then and then that's it.
All
These,
right.
Let's see. This one right here. Also, a human. Looks to be possibly middle 50s, but in fairly, you know, good condition, you would assume normally, but looks to be very much worn out as well. This is a complete guess, but if you had to guess, you would say that this one that I just described here, and this one, and this one are all sort of hard labor victims, if you know what I mean. Like, these are clearly some of the ones who are. These two seem to have less of that, so perhaps they're the ones that Clock told Tantin and Rowan were less sort of worked to death because they're they have bigger plans for them, which is to bring them back to the Lord of Blades and see what he does with them. So that's quite possible. And then 2 others, and then I'm done. First is... Oh, yes, that's right. Okay.
Yeah. I'm waiting. I'm waiting for him to show up.
I know.
Always great when the GM talks to himself.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at each one for specific familial markers.
I mean, the thing about him, branching into audiobooks now is that talking to himself is part of what he does. So
it's true. This is true.
Sometimes players say things about things, and I'm
just trying to have fun here. And
it's not like I completely forgot to ask Clock, hey, how do I disable these restraining bolts? And didn't think of it until after everybody split up.
Oh, no.
Standing by, not too far from this one, right here, is what is something that you have not seen very much of, because in Eberron, this is typically not seen as commonly, at least. You've seen them in the main cities and so on, but certainly not out by Salvation. And it's a tiefling. Most of the time, tieflings in Eberron are more likely to come from other nations, like, for example, or other areas, I should say. So, like the Venomous Domain, which is not one of the most positive, things that people could imagine, but
why would you think that?
But yeah, I know. I don't know what would. But this one here, she is sitting or standing next to this one. They seem to be quite close to each other as they are looking off towards the door. Again, this one also looks quite sort of worn out and so on, although she is standing on her feet. And the last one, and I'm sorry, the reason I didn't put these all in initially was because I wanted to bring them in bit by bit, and depending on what you had done, they might not have all have stayed in the same spot, so that's why. Okay, the last one is this one. Okay. Now this one reminds Nisiana, certainly reminds you. Rowan, you might have encountered this. In fact, you probably have. But certainly Nisiana is reminded immediately of what others might have been involved with in the past. Specifically, you were reminded of Yana and a little bit of Zodor. If you had to guess, it's something about the features. And Rowan, you would guess this as well, although you don't know those. You know a little bit about Zodor, but not Yana. This is probably a shifter of some kind, and also quite sort of worn out, and in fact is just sort of sitting on the ground. So you basically have a bunch of them that are sitting, and the only ones who are standing is this one, this Kalashtar, and these 2. And the only ones that look like they are in fairly good shape in terms of like movement and all that is this one and this one. And the other group, the rest of the other 6, all look to be pretty messed up.
This guy's name is Indiana Meowns.
Yeah, exactly. Meowns.
Oh my God.
I'm on fire tonight.
Quality work. Okay, quality work. So,
quality something, but what kind of quality? That's the
it's in the bucket in the corner. Yeah.
So Clock walks in. Clock walks in and he says, "Well, and here are the captives. Hello, everyone. We're here to rescue you." And the one standing here, and so yeah, go ahead. You can say what you want to say to Clock.
I imagine everyone else is going to react while I say this, but I whisper to Clock, Clock, you're forgetting something quite vital, which is you look like one of the people who put them here.
Oh.
And they can't see me.
Right, and as you're saying that, he's like, oh, and as they're saying that, this one here is saying, so, you've come to rescue us, you mean to bring us out before we're put back into labor? Is that how this works? It's the cruelty I don't understand. I can't fully understand it anyway. And Clock, hearing that, is like, well, what what do you, oh, I see. And this one up here says, I'll bet you see, metal bag. Why don't you let us out of here and we'll see whether we can rescue ourselves. And this one kind of steps forward a bit and just almost hisses. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna do some dumb shit here now.
Okay. My favorite kind of shit.
Sorry, I can't not do it.
I know.
I'm sorry.
I feel a ripple in the force.
Right.
I've been quietly saying some stuff to Brandon behind, but I'm like, I channeled divinity. I'm gonna assume the door closes behind us.
Yes.
Mhm.
I'm going to channel divinity. That's 40 points to these 8 people, up to half their hit points.
I love this. This is going to break your invisibility, right?
Yeah, I know,
Hence the
and I'm
stupid.
gonna be,
Yeah.
I'm gonna have the dragon
I
marks
love
and
it.
everything for like 10 fucking minutes. I know this. That's why I'm hoping the door is closing behind us.
Oh my god! I just had this image of just like you do this and you hear da 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 da, like it's massive horn.
Basically, the Warforged steps forward. Rowan steps in. Rowan's staying invisible.
Yep.
And this halfling appears and dragon mark. Whoo, 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 whoo. And everybody feels better. Like,
Yes.
And with whatever extra stuff, because you can only heal them halfway, all the extra divine energy cleans this place up.
Exactly.
It smells great.
and to the one who said, "Let us fight for ourselves," Viciana says, "That's exactly why we're here."
So.
And now I'm
Okay.
gonna see if, what the hell's that girl's name? The one that we chased through the city.
Sky Blue?
Sky Blue.
Sky Blue.
Sky Blue. Does it look like Sky Blue's father is here?
Ah, okay. So, a couple of different notes. First of all, no, not at least the way that Sky Blue described the father to you.
Okay.
Secondly, when you do this, and I want to point out to chat, this is a very big moment, like, bound
I'm
dragon
sorry,
mark.
it's stupid. I know it's stupid,
I
but
love
I
it.
can't
It's
not do this.
brilliant.
I love it. I
is
freaking love
brilliant.
it.
Yeah.
I absolutely agree. I freaking love it. So, when this happens, and you say, this is exactly what you're going to do, fight. So there's a kind of murmur, and then a sort of like several whispers between these two up here, and then you hear a voice, kind of standing, the voice isn't standing. You hear the voice from a person who is standing up from the bedroll, and it's the human, and he looks and he stands up and he says, "So, it's true that the houses haven't totally abandoned all of us. It's been a long time since I've seen a dragon marked from the House Jarasco. But I know what that means." And he brandishes his arms, and you see dragon marks enveloping his arms. And these dragon marks are not Jarasco. They are from House Orion. Now,
The traveler.
That's right. That's right. House Orion, who was responsible for travel and transit and basically that sort of thing. And he sort of steps forward and he says, "Don't think that we're not grateful. But frankly, and don't take this the wrong way," and he kind of looks at all of the people in the room, "how the hells did you get in here?"
Magic, literally, and sacrifice, and there's more than just me, and more of the houses, and there's going to be a lot more chaos soon. And as Mia Tantan says, if you want to be free, you've got to fight to be free. And I am going to make you feel as good as you can be while we're doing this, but we're going to take this thing down.
And so you hear, "Well, now I appreciate that." And you see this elderly man here that I referred to kind of getting up from the sitting position. And they are all looking better as you had attempted. And he says, "And I certainly feel better than I did, but, well, to be honest, I don't know that you and this Warforged here and us are going to be able to defeat the, what is it, 60 or so Warforged on here? Seems
it's not
unlikely.
Just us. It's not just us.
You have an army?
We will.
And he nods doubtfully.
Hopefully soon. For the audience, Nisiana can't lie with anything. And Rowan, you are just probably, your teeth are probably itchy.
I was just about to ask what Rowan is doing. Yes,
Oh, no,
I was just about to ask what Rowan's doing.
Like, I can see Nisiana panicking at this phase of the conversation, and while still invisible, I will just say, as sternly as possible to the room, before we opened this door, the only choice you had was to stay inside here. Now you have the option to leave and find out what happens on the other side. You can take it if you wish. We are presenting it for you because you deserve it.
And
we're
so,
not alone.
Okay, I was just going to say, so there's a pause, and then this one, the shifter says, so they're also a ventriloquist. What is the voice coming from exactly?
Okay. We're trying to open the door. This is the only shot you have. They will use you until you're dead, and if you're not dead, they're going to give you to the Lord of Blades, and we are trying desperately to save your asses. Now, please, help us help you. Which of you needs to be healed more?
And so this one, the one who's in his mid to late 50s, steps forward and says, well, as for that, all of us could probably use a bunch of healing, but I ain't needed as much as some of the others folks do here. Listen, if you want to break out, I don't know about the rest of you, but I'll be damned if I'm going to spend the rest of my time working for these metal whatevers. I mean, no offense meant, assuming you're not one of them, he says to Clock. And then he says, so I'm willing to fight. I don't know what I'm going to fight with, and I'll probably die in the way, but it's better than being out there in the gray being worked to death. You all want to be stupid, you can do that on your own time.
There is a grate on the bottom floor of this red knot thing. If you can get it open, or break it, or get through it, that's the way out. But there's a gate, and hopefully, me, Tantan, and my sister will have the power shut off, so you guys can get out. I believe in them. I believe in you. We can do this, and there are more allies on this ship than you know.
So, as you've been talking, Nisiana, Rowan, you and Nisiana both notice that the halfling who was, like, clearly looking to be in the worst condition is now moving forward on her feet. Still a little unsteady, but looking far better than she was. And she comes up sort of to Clock, and she's sort of looking up fascinatedly at Clock. And Clock kind of does the, is kind of looking down like, what? And she says, I'm sorry, not with that voice. She says, do you know, did you know Clutch? And Clock looks down and says, I did. Yes. Why? Well, you see, they had worked me almost to death, and I'm just a seamstress. I can't do work like this. I haven't before. I tried, and I was almost dead, and Clutch moved me to lighter duties, and they found out, and they took him away, and I don't know what happened to him after that. And Clock looks over and says, because I believe I'm pretty sure Rowan and Tantan mentioned that they had found what they had found in the gray, and looks down at both of you. It looks at, not at Tantan, but looks at Rowan and says, he's not here anymore, my dear. But I'm sure they're glad that they helped you. And her face just kind of falls, and she says, well, I was glad.
Can I basically follow the conversation and say this is the Warforged we found?
Yes, you would guess, yeah. I mean, at least you think so. Yeah.
Yeah. Clutch's friend is the one who told us about you and how to get you. And gave us part of the plan. But
okay, sorry.
Clutch, I gave him a proper goodbye.
And the halfling nods and says, well, my name's Bunty Griswold, and I'm thankful that you did that. And if there's anything I can do, she kind of gets choked up. They didn't have to do that for me. I'll help however I can. Go ahead, Ron.
I cut the halfling off. Still invisible. I put a hand on the halfling's shoulder.
Okay. And she's like,
Wait, it's okay. I
Just
think
the ventriloquism.
What?
Just me, a ghost, but
It's not gonna help.
I'm just kidding. She doesn't do that. Yeah.
I take the key that was on the rope outside, and I put it in the halfling's hand.
And she kind of just stares at it.
And I say, in a way, Clutch's last act was ensuring that we can do this for you.
And she
So the thing that you can help us with is ensuring that it was not in vain.
And so you say all that, and then the tiefling here says, that's all very touching, really touching, and I'm glad that you're here to rescue us, so you say. But you'll excuse us if we're a little on edge. Part of the reason that we're on edge is because Uberjaeger just gifted 5 tier 1 subs to the community. Thank you, Uberjaeger, for that. First of all, thank you for the resub, Uberjaeger. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. Good to see you. And welcome back to the Arvanauts, Chrono, Travis, and Mighty Murr. Murr Lafferty is in the house. Good to see you, Murr. And let's see. We've gifted, 5 of them. Chrono, Travis, and Mighty Murr. And Rising Tides is back.
I narrated one of her stories.
And also Siege the Silent and Boba Kin. And so thank you so much for all of the resubs. I appreciate it. That's very kind of you, Uberjaeger. Thank you. Anyway.
Tiefling angry.
Yes. So the Tiefling says, so perhaps you understand why we're just a little bit on edge here about people who come in and say they're going to do things for us. And the question is, what are you going to do if you are able to rescue us? You might say that it's better to be gone than here, but I don't know about that. At least here, we might have a chance of, well, at least figuring out a way to escape. If they find us, they'll cut us down if we try to make an escape now. And you can... She moves slightly closer here. I would like Rowan and Nisiana, please, to make insight checks for me, please.
Just roll high.
I'm actually okay at that. Or maybe not. We'll see.
See?
Oh, hey. I'm really good at this.
26 for those of you listening at home.
26 inside. Okay.
And that wasn't even a natural 20.
Yep. And Rowan with a 16. Okay. Rowan, I think what you're able to tell is you can see that the tiefling is moving somewhat closer to this human over here. And you can see her slip a hand into the hand of the human. And Nisiana, you've seen this kind of reaction before. It has a shade of your relationship with Marimé, but there's more than that. This seems possibly even romantic in nature, and she seems very protective of the human. The human doesn't do anything, is just kind of looking at you all very sort of still and steady, trying to read you.
Okay. I understand. And I'm going to tell you what we're doing. First of all, your job is to get out of the ship. Second of all, we're going to release all of the elementals that are powering the ship. Those elementals hopefully my sister can talk to them quick enough, will not immediately attack us and will only attack, the Warforged. If not, they will destroy this, whatever this is, this dreadnought thing.
The whole ship?
That is the plan. We're taking the ship down, and with it, the fence that's around the ship that is keeping us locked in. Now, not all Warforged are bad, and I point to Clock, for example, Clock, and then we have another friend with us who sacrificed himself. And I don't know where he is right now on the ship. But it's time for us to move. It's time for us to get out of here. With the keys, you can get out of the ship. And while that's happening, and the chaos of the elementals, we're going to go rescue the rest of the captives.
The Kalashtar comes down. So the halfling here moves towards you. The one who is all like, well, screw you people, I'm getting out of here, moves towards you. The human seems to move in your direction, as does this elderly guy. These three still hang back a little bit, and the Kalashtar sort of kind of looks at you very seriously, Nisiana, and then says, "You say that this one is one of the good ones," indicating Clock. "Are you sure that he too, that they too will not betray you when it suits them? We have seen a great deal of Warforged cruelty, and I have seen this one piloting this ship." And Clock says, "Well, just because I piloted the ship didn't mean that I approved of those telling me where to pilot it. I am just an engineer, and I am not in favor of what was done here. This is not the way to treat people." And the tiefling sourly says, "We noticed."
I move right next to the Kalashtar. I love being invisible, y'all.
Boo!
I look at the Kalashtar and actually ask, "What do your dreams tell you?"
Okay, go ahead, and I'll deal with that as Rowan's talking to. So go ahead, Rowan.
Yeah.
Don't.
Because I can't see Rowan.
Yeah, right.
I just say, it is my personal experience that it's very difficult for me to trust most people. So I get your intention.
And he looks, he's like, "You understand me so much that you've decided to stay invisible yourself?"
We have to keep a wild card.
I just like being invisible, I've discovered, but also the less people they can see, the better it is for you all. But to answer your question, Clock here is not like the other Warforged aboard. Clock's like you.
And there's a murmuring, like,
Clock's...
"Not like me."
I get your trepidation, but we found them in chains just like you. In a room, the door of which is literally marked with scratches and blood in order to ensure that no one else opens it. They deserve this freedom just as much as you all. And they're here to fight for it, even though none of you know them and all of you distrust them.
And kind of eyes narrow, and then at the same time, Nisiana, you had said the thing about like,
what do your dreams tell you?
Yeah, and he says, "That's the thing. I haven't dreamed while I've been here. In fact, none of us have slept very much. They don't want us dreaming or hoping." And he kind of looks at you and then looks back at the vague area where he just heard the voice coming from Rowan. And he says, "For some reason, I am inclined to believe you. And I agree that it's better than being worked to death by them. So I'll come with you. I don't know that any of us will be of any, or how much help any of us will be, but at least I'll come." And the elderly gentleman and this guy, who is the dragon marked from House Orion, comes forward. This one says, "Well, it all sounds real good." It reminds you a little bit of Hilar's voice, but not quite.
Yeah.
"It all sounds real good, all sounds real nice, but Truth is that out here, I'm used to finding stuff for myself. And what happens when I trust other people is I usually end up in, oh, where am I right now? That's right, in prison. That's what happened to me. Because I trusted a couple of people, and he shoots a glance at the tiefling next to him who ignores him. And he says, and I ended up here. So trust ain't really much part of my vocabulary. So if you don't mind, I'd appreciate some greater proof than just, we have an invisible army and this Warforged isn't like every other Warforged that's been breaking our bones on the daily for the last 3 weeks. So if you got any of that proof, we'll take it. Otherwise, I'm more inclined to go with the devil I know.
Which is what?
Here, at least I can try to do some work. At least I can try to find a way to escape.
Here and be a prisoner. We are giving you the opportunity to escape. That is your choice to make. We can't make it for you. We can open the door. You can choose to walk through it or not. That is what we're doing here. We have a mission, and we are doing it. Whether or not you step through that door is your own damn choice.
Make a persuasion check for me, please, Nisiana. You can do this. Well, I'm going to give you +1 only to this, but of course, there is always that great hero point that you possess, or chat could theoretically inspire.
Have my hero point. Hold on.
Well, let me see. You may have used your.
Oh no, I do have my hero point.
Going, I want to assist, but this is not Blades in the Dark. This is Dungeons and Dragons.
That's right.
No, and I will attempt to do the persuasion.
Well, you could assist. Just stand there and poke.
I literally can't think of any other proof. I'm just kind of waiting for the sound of Mia Tanton opening something so that shit starts happening. Also, I'm waiting for my dragon marks to stop
glowing.
Yeah.
So I am doing my persuasion.
Okay, are you going to use the...
Nice.
Never mind.
No, I'm going to... I cursed because I'm angry.
Yeah, it's the curse that probably just... And the dragon marks go to 5 times their normal bright. No, I didn't mean that. Okay.
For those of you listening at home, that is a 19 for a total of 24.
Thank you for the reminder, Trent.
This is
yes,
a little
for those
tiny,
listening at home.
angry halfling who wants to be with her sister and is scared out of her fucking mind.
Yep.
He's just like...
So with that 24, they kind of... So the shifter kind of... and he kind of looks over at the tiefling again, and he says, it ain't so bad, Rowland. Maybe if you get back to civilization, you can stay ahead of the law for a while. And he kind of spits and then walks forward, and the aforementioned Rowland kind of glares at him, and she says, maybe there'll be a second crime at the end of all of this if you don't watch yourself, Krantz.
You know what? At this point,
sorry, that's not Krantz. That's Larton. I beg your pardon. I'll put names on them in a minute. So Larton.
Point of note also that since you said that was at a +1, that was a 20 for
25. That's right.
Oh,
so 25. Yeah. So they...
It's a dirty 25.
Right. Dirty 25. So so you all gather together, and there's a moment where a clock looks around, and he says, well... This seems like a group of ragtag adventurers that will certainly be able to defeat a very well-armed group out there. Let's just hope that your plan works now. Which is a good moment for us to take our break. You are watching episode 35, day 35 of D&D with Infinity Beyond. It is Eberron Oracle of War. This is part 6 of Parliament of Gears. And when we come back from our break, we will jump forward to see what is happening with Tanton and Merime as they attempt to make their way to free some elementals. If you like what you see in here, please follow the channel. Please be kind enough to do what Uber Jaeger did by supporting with subs and the like. And please follow and all the things and buy all the people's books and do all that cool stuff for Tren, for Marie, for John, for Jennifer, and for Brandon. We will be back. It's 9:48, so we will be back here in, let us say, 9:55, so about 7 minutes. And then we will continue. Until then, everyone, please hold tight. Okay. So, welcome back, chat. Welcome back, everyone. Hello to Live Suing, who came in while we were on break. And welcome back as we head back into day 35 of D&D with Infinity Beyond, etc., 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 as we continue with Eberron Oracle of War. Programming note, chat, we will go today for about another hour. We will stop at about 11 p.m. Eastern. And so we will see where we get to in the meantime, because we have, obviously, places to go and things to do, specifically relating to some elementals. So as things are happening with the captives up top, and I just realized that I didn't put names on them. I'll do it later. But while that's going on, in the meantime, Tantin and Merime are making their way downstairs. And I need to actually know where the two of you are. I mean, I'll bring you to the next level so we can all be there together.
Oh, good. We're level 9. Yay!
I could say down a level, you know.
No, you already said
that. Down a level.
No, you already said.
I said that we're going down a level, so I could.
You said you were taking us to the next level.
To the next level. That's right. The next level down. Okay. Okay. There are the two of you now, and just let me know if you're able to control yourselves in a token sense. Okay.
Yep.
Right.
Thank you.
Want to make sure I was specifying.
That's the bare minimum. Yeah.
Okay. So, you folks are down here, and as you come down the stairs, you can see right now that we have, again, the guard is standing here by the control panel that you previously saw before, Tantin. So, where do you want to try to track down the elementals?
Well, the clock told us where they are.
Mm-hmm.
So,
okay, right.
Directly for that door.
Okay. All right, so...
I don't remember which door it was, but Tantin would. It's only been a couple of minutes for him.
Okay. You know, that's true. All right, hang on, I messed something up. Okay, there we go. Right, so that one, as I look at my handy-dandy map. So that is going to be, allegedly, right behind the stairs over here, not far from the control panel.
Oh, good.
The problem is, it's right near the control panel and the guard standing by it.
Okay.
We can take a page from Rowan's book and just start throwing coins all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, it worked last time.
Yeah.
Right. Where shall we throw our coin?
You know, I'm not sure how well it's going to work this time, but I'm not going to use silver. I mean, it seems wasteful.
That's fair. Very thrifty of you.
Right. Electrum. We use Electrum coins. Those things suck. Nobody wants them.
I'll use this copper. We're good.
All that, you know. And, you know, somewhere over the other side of the room.
All right, I will toss it. So the stairs here are going, they're downward stairs, right?
No,
These
those are going up. You just came from there.
Just came down.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I'm gonna throw a coin here so that we have a little bit of cover while we while we go on the other side. That makes sense.
Okay. So you throw the coin down there. I'm not going to make you do anything because you're not. You're just sort of, and so it kind of rattles around. Yeah, exactly. It rattles around
I
there.
throw it in Tentin's face accidentally.
Staggers backwards.
Oh, you can't see me. No, wait, she can. She casts a spell.
You all
Sorry.
loudly say, "The King's Citadel, the best of people in the whole town." Okay.
Should I make it the song now?
Do it now. Okay. So let's see. I just want to make sure we were okay. Good. Right. So this one over here sort of like looks about and then gives this kind of and steps forward and starts moving rather quickly this way.
Not like on Tentin.
Okay. And comes over in this direction. While they are doing that, and as you're going around there, door opens, and in comes another guard, and walks down and says, "There was a sound here. Is everything all right?" And the other one responds, "I think so. Today has had many strange sounds, and I've found several coins. I don't know why. I think someone might have been playing a trick on us. And the other one says, it couldn't be any of the captives. They don't have money to use. The other one says, I agree. But something seems odd, and I'm going to find out what. No matter what I see here, I'm going to report this to Reeve. He needs to know what's happening down here.
Those crazy kids.
And the two of them go down here, apparently, to find out, what's happening. While they're doing that, you folks head down in this direction.
Right.
Okay. And let me just get my proper spot here. Okay, so we have that with the control panel. Okay, yes, right. Okay, so now the question is, how are you going? And you can definitely hear Tantin. I would say, well, both of you can, but Tantin, you probably would know it to be a kind of telltale, kind of like coming from the other side of the door. So you have a feeling that it is reflecting the hum of a very powerful kind of engine of some sort.
Mm-hmm.
Can you open the door, Tantin?
Well, that sounds cool, Louis. I'm going to check that out.
Okay, sorry, Tantin?
Sorry.
We have one of the keys, don't we?
Perfect, yes, we do. Please open the door. I hand you the key. Yeah.
Right, because you would know where I was, but yeah, okay. Well.
Yeah, I can see you.
Right, because you cast the spell.
Stop scratching, I can see you.
Yeah. Hello, hand signals. Anyway, yeah, open the door.
Well, yeah,
so you put it next to the door, and there is a and it doesn't open.
Oh, shit.
You try it again. Now, I should also specify, it's not like like it just like echo through the room, but just like a quiet little one near where you are.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Is there any indication, given the fact that I have seen several other locks on the ship so far, that this one is different in some way, that the receptacle is different?
Yes, it does look like it activates through a coin, or the coin key, but it looks like it may activate either one of two possibilities, Tantin. Either a specific coin key, or it is a coin key which will work when a certain field has been disabled, like an energy field. And that could be a field coming from elsewhere in the room. It can't be coming from super far away, or it's very unlikely. If you remember correctly, there were occasionally ways that containment fields could be set up as kind of an extra layer of security. But you don't remember them being rolled out for use on the troop transports. So this seems like something that's been, again, like, retrofitted, added later on. This is a homebrew, if you will.
Yeah, probably something Clock put in. Not by choice, but...
Right.
All right. Sure. Nope. Go ahead. I mean, she is kind of important.
Did, Clock mention anything?
No, but the whole reason that Reeve hasn't killed him is because he's an artificer like me, and he can repair and modify the ship.
Of course.
As far as we've seen, he's the only one on the ship who could have done this.
Is it something with the control station here that we can...
Maybe. The next thing I was going to check. What I didn't think of until he was mentioning it is that when Tantin was standing here last time we played and inspecting the thing, that's okay, that I feel like he would have noticed the hum from the thing while he was standing, but it's that was like 4 years ago. So so
thereabouts, at least 4 years ago.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So sorry. What decision? What are you thinking about trying?
Right. I should have been thinking about that while we were talking about other clock things. Anyway, I'm gonna check the control panel again.
Okay.
And see if there's, because I've familiarized myself with most of its functionality.
Yes.
But now that I know something specific that I'm looking for related to this door,
Yep.
to see if I can find it now.
I'm going to ask you to make I think I'm going to ask you to make an investigation check, and I'll ask you to do it at advantage, please.
All right. Yeah.
I will reach over mentally and say, "You've got this, Tanton," and I will give you a point of inspiration in case you need it. It lasts for 10 minutes, so.
Okay.
The power of bardic inspiration. Okay. Woof.
Oof.
So that would be some number.
Well, are you? I mean, you can do the bardic inspiration now.
Yeah.
Which might be a good
Add a
idea.
D8.
Which might be a good idea.
It's a D8.
Yeah. Watch this.
You got this.
3. So
We're looking
16,
at
17 with the plus 1.
16 is much better than the 13 would have been. Yeah, as you're looking at it, you see that there is what looks for all the world like an extra. At first, it almost looks like a screw that's just holding in, the panel. But you can see over right here between the top and the bottom rows of the red and purple on the far left, there is a screw which is actually elevated and is not. And at first, you're like, well, that's not, very high quality. It should have been screwed in. And you realize it's not actually a screw, but looks like it's some kind of either a button or a lever of some kind.
What I find especially amusing, and nobody can see this but me, is that I had my character selected at that time, so it had all the various, widgets open around it, and the cog was directly over the point that you were...
Exactly as I planned, yes. Okay, so you see that there. Also, Merime, you can now hear from them. All right, I'll head back to my post. You make your report.
They're coming.
Okay, go ahead, Tanton.
And so Tanton's going to pull out one of his tinkering tools and adjust that switch.
Yep. When you do that, it kind of almost clicks. You kind of push it with ease. It doesn't have to be screwed in, and you hear the hum slightly diminishes near the door, Merime.
Okay, that's done something. The hum's diminished near the door. I'll report back.
Going to the door.
Okay. So you go to the door, and now you're putting 2,000 cheer. Thank you, Uber Jaeger. That is really kind of you. Thank you. Again, thank you very much. Uber Jaeger, in case people are curious, originally found me on my YouTube with the Adventures of Middle-earth campaign and really liked it. And so came from those videos over here to some of the live stuff and has been super generous, including this evening. And I'm going to check out the lyrics to the song of the parody of Walking in Memphis in the Tolkien Legendarium channel. I am very excited for a Tolkien Walking in Memphis parody. So thank you, Uber Jaeger, again. I appreciate that. Okay, so when you do that, and then one of you is using the key again, or the other? Okay. So this time, it does open with no problem and reveals the following.
It's going to grab Tanton and pull him in right away before they show up.
Precisely. Wait. Okay. All right. That's what you can see from the door. And you get there literally just a moment before the door slides closed, just as this guard rounds the corner. And you don't know what happened to the other guard. Presumably has gone someplace else. You don't know. Okay. So now you were inside this room. And a couple things to note about this room. First of all, it is obviously there's more than one, spot to it. And as you come down here, you can see that there looks like a hallway almost that extends over this way. Oops, sorry. Too much? Never mind. There's nothing behind that other wall. Never mind. You ever saw any of that.
Pay no attention to the Warforged army sitting there.
Exactly.
Yeah. nothing there.
Rah. Okay. So yes, there is what looks like basically this sort of simple hallway that leads all the way around to the room, to a door that you can see right there. But from this door, there was a faint hum that I mentioned. Here, in this particular spot, there is a very loud sort of, and your Merime, you and Tanton both can feel your hair almost standing on end, like from like static charge, as you're standing near the door.
Guess what this is?
Well, shall we go and have some fun?
And same sort of thing, key receptacle.
There is actually not a key receptacle in here. No, the door is just there. There is what looks like a handle that you could touch to sort of slide it open if you wished, but there's no obvious lock here. Why not? Why isn't there a lock?
Right, yeah. Well, Tanton knows what's in there. Mm-hmm. And so he's like...
Well, he knows what used to be in there. Right?
Tanton knows what's in there.
Okay. Gotcha.
And he's... so he's kind of looking around the edges of the door and whatnot. And going to... Where is it? Yes, he's going to detect magic.
If you use... Will that lower your invisibility detect magic?
It's not an attack spell.
That's true. But if you use magic, I think.
I want to double check on that.
I have it.
Is your... Yeah, I was going to say, is your invisibility that you cast, Merime, is that improved invisibility?
No, it's regular invisibility. So...
Is there an improved invisibility in this game? I thought they removed...
Oh, there is.
Oh, okay.
The spell ends for a target that attacks or casts a spell.
Ah, okay.
Yep.
So it's an or, so it's up to you.
Yep.
I mean, we're going to have to do it eventually.
I mean, the spell's... I don't know how long we've been traipsing around, but I feel like the spell might be dropping at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Not a problem. And so he casts Detect Magic in his...
So, yes, there is very strong magic that is radiating from inside that room. And in case you are curious, and I have no doubt that you are, it is abjuration that you are sensing from inside that room.
Okay. I shrug and drop my own invisibility spell.
Okay. No more is
not just gonna let me attention be the target.
Well, I mean, I'm figuring there are arcane, like heavy arcane locks on this thing to keep these guys in here. So, you know, or to keep people from accidentally letting them out. So that's part of the reason why I've got Detect Magic going.
Right. So can we get in then, or how do we get in more to the point?
Let's find out. And he grabs the handle.
Yay!
The door opens.
Oh my God! Oh, I mean, okay.
I pull out my sword.
There's a lightning elemental inside.
Damn it! You say I have the power, and you turn Cringer into Battle Cat, and everything.
Yes, finally.
I mean, that's actually good. Cringer is awful. I hate him so much.
I'll take it. I have Swift Wind instead.
Okay, no, that none of those things that we just mentioned there happen. So, in the center of the floor, there is a heavy iron chest that is standing in the middle of the floor. And there are several iron pipes that are covered in what are obviously arcane inscriptions that are emerging from its body. And you can see that this kind of matrix of pipes and the iron chest is surrounded by a mesh cage. And the cage itself has a door in it, which seems to have a lock upon it. So there's one right here. Also, again, like, you know, very... Now, none of it's painful here, but you can absolutely feel the kind of electrical charge in this room.
The power.
Yes, the power. Unlimited power.
Oh, yeah.
Samuel Jackson is holding a lightsaber next to the chest.
Tanton is acutely aware of exactly how much power is in this room.
Yep. Now, you're familiar with some of this, but you don't know that you've seen all of those inscriptions before, Tanton. That seems a little not what you remember.
Right. Well, the thing has been kind of upgraded a bit since I worked on them, so
just a touch.
A skosh.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take a look at that lock.
Okay. So the lock appears to be a lock that might be able to be picked. It's not. It's a sort of almost like a kind of an improvised, you would say, lock. It does not have the key, the sort of coin, imprint that the other ones do. Seems more like a standard lock in keyhole type of thing.
I can try to pick it. Mary sounds pretty enthusiastic about this.
Just a moment. And he leans in, and since his detect magic is still going on, he's going to see if the lock has its own magical source.
Doesn't appear to, but there is a wildly powerful abjuration thing going on around here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but no, the lock doesn't seem to have anything in particular.
As near as I can tell, it's all yours.
I get really nervous when Eberron is watching me pick locks, so I'm hoping that when you do it's...
You want me to face the other way?
Maybe just turn around. It's very...
So Tandon turns around and closes the door and keeps the door, keeps a hand on the door, facing the door so he's not watching.
Thank you. It's just tools of the trade and all that. Okay, so I'm going to try to pick it with my thieves' tools.
Okay.
Should I do this at advantage, Greg?
I think Jen is about to just fall apart, man. She's
oh my god.
Question for the GM.
Yes.
Has the channel inspiration been used for this month?
Yeah, both of the channel.
Are you sure?
One of them has for sure. I'm trying to remember if the second one was.
Could you make sure before I spend 50K and give my sister an inspiration?
You don't need to do that.
I know Arudinel had used one much earlier this month.
And I have two, so I will inspire Merime.
Oh, will you?
That's true.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Well, Dragon Spear, don't bother because Dragon Spear already inspired Mermaid. So
there we go then.
So there you go.
Still have two.
Thank you, Dragon Spear. I feel like none of you are doing this because you don't trust the lockpicking skills, but because you're very enthusiastic about Merime's lockpicking.
It was funny how
skills.
everyone is falling all over themselves to get you inspiration. Let me help you out there.
That's why Tanton's looking the other way while he's just going absolute confidence.
It's Eberron's fault. Every time he's in the room, I can't pick anything worth shit.
It doesn't have eyelids.
It is very odd that, yes, when I'm there, I have this anti-lockpicking field that you just cannot seem to negate.
Yeah, for a bard, I have performance pressure when it comes to lockpicking, okay? Just respect, people, respect. Okay, I'm gonna roll at advantage. Thank you, Dragon Spear. You are my hero. And I will roll...
For God's sake, roll better than Trent did last time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes!
That's better.
Thank you. I feel that's enough.
Okay, yes. So you are able to, you kind of fiddle with it and then this kind of rough lock opens, giving access to the chest within. And as you look at the chest within, now that you can see it more clearly, you see that it has two glowing metal band, glowing from the of purple that are over the chest. Best guess, Merime, is that this is some kind of metal, maybe mithril banded chest. And the hum and the light and the appearance and everything is coming from that chest.
From the chest?
From the chest.
Okay. How do you break mithril bands?
Well, there are...
Because I don't mind hitting until it breaks.
Thank you for the gift sub, Dragon Spear, who has gifted a sub to Marie.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Dragon. So yeah, one thing is that you can in fact hit it until it breaks. You can try to pick the lock on it. There is what looks like a lock in the front. However, this one does not look improvised. It looks considerably more complex. And the whole thing is glowing purple. You have no idea what is, what may or may not be on the chest in terms of other protections.
Totally fine. I'll turn to Tantan, who I assume is still turned around. Okay, I got the
Yeah.
first lock down, but now
Oh,
there's
good.
like this chest, and there's another lock, but there's also some glowing and some mithril, and you know,
Yes.
But I really want to like pick this lock as well, or hit it so that it opens. But perhaps you have some clear direction as to how we should proceed here.
Does that mean I can turn around now?
Yes, you may turn
Oh,
around.
good!
Thank you. Thank you. I do appreciate that.
And so he turns back around,
Okay.
takes a nice close look at the thing, but doesn't lick it.
Yes.
Mithril tastes better than gold.
That's fair enough. Or coppers, as we've learned.
Yeah.
Mithril, it is definitely a mithril banded chest that is both expensive and strong. There is a lock on it. It looks complex, and you don't know what's going on with the arcane symbols on the pipes or the glowing purple, which is not, that's not necessarily, I mean, the hum and all that, you're like, yeah, that all, but the purple thing, you don't really know what the deal is with that. That's not something you're familiar with.
I mean, what's the worst that happens? I get shot by some lightning.
Oh, well, that's true too.
Oh.
But for example, you see this pipe running out here to the north?
Mm-hmm.
If we were to shatter that pipe, then whatever power is coming out would blow through this wall and through this staircase beyond.
Okay.
If we did the same thing to the south, we'd probably blow out the back of the fortress and blah, blah. But if we broke this one over here, it would destroy the console outside.
Okay.
So maybe not that.
No.
We're not interested in just unleashing uncontrolled lightning everywhere. We need to get what's in here out.
I assume there's an elemental in here.
That would be my presumption as well. At least one.
Oh, there might be several. Oh,
Very,
oh
very
poor
likely.
things.
Yes, whatever. So, our choices at this point are to either try to disconnect this thing and extricate the chest and take it with us, or to try to open the cage, releasing what's in there and let it do whatever it's going to do.
Oh, we're going to open the chest. We're going to open the chest and we're going to tell them about their friend that we helped, and then we're going to get them to help us so that we can free the others and stop this ship.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have any ideas on how to open this chest, or should I just kind of be attention? Yeah,
sorry, I was bracing myself to run for my life. I apologize.
I'm looking at my spells to see what I have that might be more useful. I'll just cast Shatter on the chest.
You got this.
What could go wrong?
Good.
I believe in you from
I'm-
afar.
This is right at the spot, by the way, where they're like, we have up in the captive room, Rowan and Nisian are like, we have a great plan. It's a great plan. Like, as they're like, how do you open this chest?
No, the great plan is I'm waiting for the kaboom. Where's the earth-shattering kaboom?
Precisely what I was
That
about
is
to
the
say.
You know what? I know that my sister is out there helping the captives, and she might be getting into trouble at any time, so I'm going to open this chest, and I'm not going to take no from it. All right.
Okay, so you're just going to open it?
Maybe step into the corridor via Tantan.
Chad is passing around popcorn, Marie, just so you know.
Right. And you know what? They could pass around unpopped popcorn, and when this thing goes off, it'll pop it all.
Right.
Instantaneously.
Right.
I don't know if this is a good thing where I am or a bad thing where I am. I'm really not sure. It's kind of 50-50.
You know, your sister would kill me if we survive, if I let you do this without... Somewhere I can sense Nisiana furiously nodding and pointing.
Well, how are you going to help protect then while I bash on this thing? Or I can try to pick the
Emotional
lock
support.
first. You know what? My emotions need support right now.
But I can also keep an ear out and watch very closely and see if anything you're doing is causing an arcane surge.
Okay, that sounds useful. Should I try to pick the lock or should I try to bash on it?
Honestly, I like your idea of shatter.
Of shatter? They'll know we're here. They'll hear it.
Oh, darling, as soon as we let these out, everyone's going to know we're here.
You know what? Let's do it.
Jen, this is the time I'm talking about when we were chatting earlier in Discord.
I know. I know.
But for this group, very impressive that we've gone this long without setting off any kind of alarm.
Wait,
Amazingly impressive.
I have to ask first, will it hurt the elementals inside if I use Shatter, though? Okay, well, let's not do that then.
Well, wait a minute. They are kind of only semi-corporeal. The chest will take extra damage because it is a structure. Kind of, you know, it is a thing. They will probably have some kind of resistance, a little bit, to what is it, thunder damage?
You're not there.
It would be thunder damage for Shatter, right?
Right, and so I would think the lightning elemental.
That's a good point. Yeah.
That is presuming that it's just lightning elementals. There are probably wind elementals in there, or air elementals in there as well. But whatever, you know.
The problem with Shatter, though, is that a creature made of inorganic material, such as stone, crystal, or metal, no, that's a creature. A non-magical object that isn't being worn or carried also takes the damage, but it doesn't impact magical objects as far as I can tell from the way it's written. And I'm guessing there's magic around the chest.
Oh, yes, the whole thing is magic.
Okay, that won't work then.
It couldn't function if it wasn't magic.
Well, I'm a bit disappointed it won't work. I won't.
Then I will lean in very closely and listen and watch and advise you if you're getting close to creating a surge.
Okay, I feel good about that.
In that way, I'm helping you. So, if the DM will allow that to be advantage, then there we go.
Well, it depends on what you're doing, because you're not using Shatter, right? You're in that case.
No, because I'm afraid it won't work. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's reason. Now, again, it depends on, you don't know what any of the chest does, but theoretically, yes. While you're doing the lock picking, you might be able to get advantage on seeing if there is a surge, but it depends on what the chest does. I'm not making any promises, so.
Okay.
As you're picking the lock, Protocol 5, accurate. No!
Son of a... You know what? It's the Oracle of Peace, and together they make Captain Planet. Okay.
I'm going to try it. I feel good about my lockpicking, and if that doesn't work, I'm going to beat on it until it opens. I feel good about that plan, too.
Okay.
All right.
So you kind of reach in to pick the lock.
Yes.
When your tool touches the lock.
Nice. You're not even letting me roll. You're like, let's not fool yourself.
You're immediately like, the way this works is Tantin, you're like, there's a like instantaneously. So I need both of the two of you to make a dexterity saving throw, please.
Oh, we got this.
As the chest explodes.
Oh, jeez.
It's open. Yay, team.
It's definitely open.
I thought it would shock her. I didn't think it would explode. Holy God.
Oh, I thought it was a 1.
If I commented how well that how better I feel that I'm not there at this moment.
That's a 22 for
nice
Megame and an 18 for Tantin.
Okay.
We are so dexterous right now. It's like
we only take 40 instead of 80 points to do.
Okay, let's see.
And also, you have a lock in your forehead.
Comes out, got a lock-shaped hole. Nothing. They get a new. Ow.
All right. So,
again.
Let's see. So, both of you are going to take, because both of you made your save, you are both going to take 20 points of thunder damage.
Barely anything.
It's a good thing you made the save, otherwise it would have been 40 points of thunder damage, as you are blown backwards against the wall by this chest, which explodes. So, Merime, that puts you at, I think, 69.
Yeah.
And,
nice.
Yep, obligatory nice. And Tantin at 35.
Correct.
But the good news is the chest is open.
Yay!
In fact,
good team go.
Clearly what this was, by the way, there was something that was inscribed on the top of the chest, maybe. That might have been that weird sort of, because the arcane symbols, when you look back, have gone. So, like, the arcane symbols are no longer there.
I'm surprised the chest is even there.
Yeah, and as you look inside it, you can see, well, the chest really is not there, just sort of the bottom of it. The lid is completely blown off. And inside, there are 3 glowing...
Nazi-killing ghosts. No.
No.
That's a different movie.
There are 3... No. There are 3 glowing purple crystals. And they actually look like I'm trying to think if you would know what these are. I would like both of you to make history checks for me, please.
Oh dear. Okay. You got this, Mia Tantan.
Tantan, I'm going to give you this at advantage.
Shiny.
You have no idea what the hell this is. Yeah, it's a
Pretty.
pretty purple crystal.
Maybe Nisiana would like one. She likes purple.
That's
Oh,
right.
nice.
Wow. You're just like, I made this myself. No,
I may have.
I know. Oh!
no, but what this is, you do know exactly what it is. This is a Kyber dragon shard. Now, this is unusual, Tantan. Three of them. 3 Kyber dragon shards. Each one of these dragon shards is strong enough to hold in it an elemental. So, if you had to guess, you're looking at 3 bound air elementals of some kind, presumably air, but if it's anything like whoosh, that you ran into it outside, 3 of them inside this chest, which was itself had a glyph of warding and locked, and which was inside an iron cage, and which was inside a room that was also locked. You get the idea. Like, it was under this sort of situation for a reason.
Right, well, there you go.
What are those crystals?
Those power Jedi lightsabers. No, that's a different kind. Sorry.
I want one of those.
Find out more during Jedi Survivor next Friday.
Right, well, talk to Eberron. He's got one. They've got one.
Hey, Arudna.
Not wrong.
20 damage
So-
and now you're fabulous, yes.
Right. You crack these open to release the elemental inside, and it is a glitter bomb everywhere. You're going to love it. It's great. No. So
Stop!
eyes. It's like Puss in Boots, The Last Wish. Yeah. I love Perito so much. Anyway, so not as much as I love death, but anyway, you know, you gotta love death, and that's a different book. Sorry. So Tantan fills Mary May in on what these are, and basically says, if you show these to Nisiana, she is going to lose her mind, figuratively, presume.
But I can't because I have to shatter them to free the elementals, correct? I'm gonna take that as a yes.
Well, shattering might be a bit extraneous. Perhaps there's a simpler way to do
Okay.
it. If our
What do you recommend?
well, I wish I'd finished that piece. If we take them, the ship will stop working.
And it will crash to the ground?
It's on the ground.
Oh, that's fine then.
It's like it would only have to crash about that far.
I forgot about that. I missed a couple.
That's true. Yeah, you were a little bit busy last time. I questioned the need to release all of them.
If we want them to help us, and we say we're going to keep some of your friends captive, how would you feel about that? We're not taking hostages. Is that what you're suggesting?
That would imply consciousness.
I've spoken to them. I have no reason to believe
No.
otherwise.
We're in the gray. That was not the same thing. What you experienced was potentially a fault, a schism created by the gray that made the elemental that we ran into seem like they are forces of nature. They are not living things.
I have met many creatures in the gray, and never once has one that I've spoken to not been the same outside of the gray. Not once, not with my mind. That's not how the Kalishtar powers work.
How many of the ones that you've met inside and outside have been elementals?
Well, to my knowledge, only that one.
Right, which you only met inside the gray.
Yes, and?
So what I'm saying is what you experienced was an effect of being here in the Mournlands, not a genuine consciousness from that element.
And that would change the reality of this moment how? Should that creature change outside the gray, then within the gray it has consciousness. Ergo, we treat it as though it is.
It is an illusion of the gray, that it seemed to have consciousness, but it doesn't. Let me put it in a different way. If you are going to say that these are sentient creatures and we therefore have to release them, then the entire floating fortress outside of Salvation will have to have theirs released. Every single lightning rail will have to have theirs released.
Okay.
Anyone who uses any elemental sustained magics will have to release them. In doing so, all of your precious soul sleds stop working. There is no any sort of rapid transit. Many spells and enchanted objects will cease to function. If you casually say, yes, that's fine, you don't recognize the scope of how many times we use these things. Do you want Spanner to stop functioning?
I want right now for us to succeed on our mission. And if that means freeing three elementals, which we need the elementals' help for.
We presume.
It's a good presumption.
It's
Ilarion is in a room with 11 others of those things, and we can't get them out without them coming
turning off
after
the power, which is removing these crystals.
Yes.
There's nothing about breaking the crystals. We just take the power source with us.
What are you afraid of? Are you afraid that your life's work is in danger of being destroyed if we prove that these things are conscious?
Not destroyed, diminished. And if they were conscious, people would have realized it by now.
Would they have? They have so much power. We've seen during the wars that people won't respect other people's opinions or thoughts, as long as they can use them. They'll justify anything, including using creatures that are sentient for their own technological advantages, if it's to their advantage. I'm not saying I'm going to go free every elemental out there, unless my sister wants to, of course. But right now, we need to free these 3 elementals. We need their help. And if they're not conscious, then we will, when we take them out of the grave, we'll find out if they're not conscious, and then you can sigh a breath of relief.
No, if they're not conscious, let's presume for the moment that they're not.
Mm-hmm.
Then we have no way to actually communicate with them. We have no way to control who they attack and who they don't. We could release them, and they could destroy all of us, including the people we're supposed to rescue. They are forces of nature. They have no thoughts. They have no sense of emotion beyond, I'm going to blow this shit apart.
You put a pin in that? I'm just going to ask a question to the DM.
Yes.
I'm going to put a
DM
pin
is
in
listening like always having a great time. Yes.
I didn't get that impression at all when I talked to Woosh, right? Because I was not there.
You did not. The question was whether, I guess, from Tantan's point of view, that's a function of the gray having the effect on this thing. But no, from Woosh, you got the impression that it was, it was sentient and that it's, for want of a better term, people. I don't want to push that too far. It didn't talk about them as family, but the idea that they were sentient creatures, yes. But again, you're not sure how much of that is a function of the gray of the Mournland or not.
Okay, I'm going to take the pin out of Tantan's eye. You're welcome. We promised them. We promised Woosh that we would save them, his friends, or their friends. If we start going back on our promises, I promised. Well, then I will free them. I am here. I don't know. I want you here with me. You are my friend, and you are my sword buddy, hammer buddy. Anyways, I want you with me here because you're my friend. I don't want to disrespect your stance, but you have to understand that when I touch something with my mind, there is a consciousness there. And if it is just an illusion of the gray, which it might be, I don't know. But I know that right now what I know tells me that they need our help. I made a promise. I intend to uphold that promise. And I can dimension door you out of here if ever it does go bad. I will make sure you get out of here, and I will come back for the others by myself if that's the case. Tantan, I've never regretted saving a life. I've only regretted letting some die. Are you like walking out of that?
Yeah, he steps away from the chest and just like, go ahead. He doesn't say anything. He's just.
All right. We can talk more about this later if you'd like. And then I turn and how breakable do these crystals look like? I don't want to
you think you'd have to hit them to shatter them, but they don't look like you know, they're not going to have further glyphs on them or anything like that. So you probably could just shatter them with a weapon, presumably, or against a hard surface if you do it several times.
Like Tantin's head.
Right. Take this, ha!
I will take one out carefully, and then I will hit it with the hilt of my sword.
Okay. Make an attack roll for me, please.
Ooh, attack roll.
Yes.
It's exciting. I was not ready for
And
that.
remember,
excitement.
your weapon is enchanted.
It is Radiant Rapier. 19.
That will definitely hit.
I would hope so. I mean,
Right?
Right.
Okay. Yes. So, definitely hits. So there is a push, a shattering, and then I would say the blowing up into the room would be a good way to describe it. You see this. Give me a moment. Not that one. Yeah. Is this thing which whirls out of the crystal and is now, and your hair is now blowing back, you know, from the static.
My glitter!
Yeah. Yeah.
Like tiny shrapnel.
Your glitter does 800 points of damage for 1 point per glitter. So swoops kind of through the room, and you are now facing it, and it as it kind of whirls up, and it seems to be whirling in your direction, Merime.
I will connect with it telepathically. Whoosh sends us. Your friend sends us to help you. We are friends.
Now, quick question. When you connect telepathically to it,
Yeah.
do you get to maintain multiple group chats, or at some point do some of these telepathic links, like is
I
your
can only
link?
do I can only do 6 creatures at once, so
Because what I'm wondering is whether Tantin then hears, like, whether you've added this to the group chat. Who else are you dropping, I guess, is my question.
well, none of the others are in my immediate area.
they're all out
So
of range anyway.
I've got like I'm in communication with Tantin, Nisiana, Rowan, Alarian. So that's only 4. So I could technically add
Just
him if
add
I
him
can
into
do
the-
6.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ping, add another one for fuck's
And
sake.
also, how long and when did you start this, by the way? We started this when you came in, right? How long does this
so
last?
it
an hour?
lasts an hour.
Okay. So I would say you're coming close to the end of that. Be aware. You
Okay.
probably have another 10 minutes, I would guess, before that thing's going to end up. That
Perfect.
said, though, so you do that and you hear kind of a... So what do you say to it?
Whoosh sends us. We're friends. We want to save your other friends too, and take you out of this place. We would appreciate your help in getting some of our own friends out of here.
Can trust you, trapped, free. You're getting like weird, like trapped, free. You know, Whoosh was much more coherent. You're getting like trapped and free and no trust and you and stuff like that. It seems exceedingly hostile, although it is not attacked yet. It was going to, when you touched its mind, it sort of stopped, but it's whirling. If you can whirl angrily, you know, then... right.
This is an angry whirling. Okay, I am going to...
Especially a College of Swords Bard.
Right. Oh, that's how you do that whirl.
Oh, God. I am sorry this was done to you. And I will reach out sympathetically towards it. I am sorry this was done to you. I want to help you. And I want to help free your friends as well. Will you let me do that?
Trust why? You think it's something like trust why. Also, Merime, the other thing you would note is that again, like these sort of disembodied, or not disembodied, but disconnected words. But the other thing is that there's a kind of almost, how do I describe this? Like there's kind of there's kind of a limited sort of, there's a limited kind of word that, like, it's almost as if something is kind of learning, or like it's as if it's almost as if it's in shock. I think that might be a better way to put it. Like it's struggling to be able to communicate words other than just, I'm out of my prison now. What the hell happened to me? You know, freedom, life, don't trust thing. Like you think it's kind of understanding you-ish, but you know, its world is just radically altered in the last 15, 20 seconds, 30 seconds.
I'm going to take a deep breath and really wish my sister was here because she's so much better at this than I am. And then we'll say, friend, with whoosh, he sent you. He? It was windy. Anyways, sent us to help you. Let us help your friends too. Please.
You hear whoosh, whoosh, where? Think about whoosh and where.
I don't know. Where did we do with whoosh? I wasn't here.
He's outside the fence with Spanner.
Oh, okay. Oh, thank you. Whoosh outside with friend. He's waiting for all of us to join him.
Lying?
No. We saved Whoosh too. He was being hurt. We don't want anybody to be hurt. That's why we're here to help you. Well, I don't want anybody to be hurt. Yeah, that's why we're here to help you.
All of us in this room totally agreed on this course of action.
Tanton has basically, he has completely bottled his mind. He is not communicating anything anywhere. Yeah. He is holding the door handle and just waiting for the moment that he knows that thing is going to be like, I want out of here now. And he's just waiting to rip the door open.
So what I'm going to need from you here, Marame, is a persuasion check. Right now, this is being done at disadvantage. If you counteract that, there's several ways you can counteract that. Obviously, inspirations from chat, and or I know that Tanton. Although it'd be ironic if Tren decided to inspire Marame to do this thing when his own character.
Tren has no problem.
No, I know Tren doesn't. I know. It's just very fun. So you could do that, and there's also, of course, the hero point sitting there as well. But Prince Justin, see, this is already so. Prince Justin has inspired Marame already.
Thank you, Prince Justin. Gonna get a big hug at Gen Con. All right, so I do it just regular.
Now it's going to be just regular. Now I don't know if you have other like bardic that you can't inspire yourself, I guess, bardically. So
no, I don't think I can inspire myself bardically.
This is where, like, you know, if Nisiana were there, she could guidance you or whatever. But the point is, that's the sort of thing. Other than that, you can't double inspire. So you can add different kinds of inspiration, but you can't do what you just did again. So this is just a straight persuasion, unless you have some other magical thing to correct that or stack on top of it.
Just roll high.
Or just roll a high number. You could also
it's so simple.
All right. No, I don't.
John used to do it all the time with his stupid black dice.
Yes, the shadow dice.
Indeed. You gotta play to where you are, not just what you know.
I'm just looking if I have anything. No. Okay. I'm going to roll regular. Thank you, Prince Justin, and I will do great because Prince Justin is inspiring me.
Okay.
Dirty 20.
20. So there's a moment where the creature kind of whirls towards you and almost grows in size. And Tanton, you have the rather disturbing experience of, as your hair is being whipped back, like, you know, holding the door, waiting for this moment. I'm immediately, maybe just because I'm quoting Wizard of Earthsea a lot lately, but there's this moment at the end of Wizard of Earthsea where Vetch, who was gone with Ged to the end of the earth for Ged to do what he has to do, he said he had been waiting for hours to stave in the floor, the bottom of his boat with the anchor and sink the boat in the sea because he doesn't know if Ged actually is okay or if he's been possessed by the shadow or what actually happened to him. So I just had this image of Tanton being like, just like I'm waiting. So it grows, and then it does that, and then shrinks again.
Could you say all of that again, but in a little bit more of a gentle, like lullaby sort of tone, so we can lose Brandon the rest of the way?
I know. Poor Brandon. Poor Brandon. Brandon has been like super exhausted because of the extra work being done. So I understand that. Unfortunately, it's just the way that the session sets up. Okay. So it grows, then shrinks, and then sort of hovering above the chest, it you hear it say, "Will help." And sort of whirls quietly to the extent that's possible. You also noticed, by the way, that the purple light dimmed considerably. At the same time, up in the second floor, all of the lights dim considerably, including in your room, Ilarion, and Rowan, in your Nisiana's room as well. And up there, Clock says something to the effect of, "Oh, well, they've seemed to have done something."
Awesome.
So all of that is happening. And then you can hear the sound coming through. There is some kind of announcement perhaps that is, "Alert, check engine compartment chamber, check containment chamber." And that's kind of like clearly being sort of through the ship, right through the grates and things like that. So all of you in your various places in the ship hear this.
If you want to slow them down, break the other two now.
I will. So I'm gonna smash the other two now.
Does my door open before that happens?
It does not open yet. No, the lights dim, but it does not go yet.
I ping my new friend and I say, "I will free your other friends now. Please help me tell them that they are with friends, so that they do not hurt us accidentally."
And it says, "We'll try." Oops, sorry. Wrong sound. He says, "We'll try. They may be confused as I was." He introduces himself as Whirl, as near as you can come up with.
Whoosh and whirl. I like it.
Whirl. So he says that he will try. And
Brandon has a question.
Thank
Oh,
you.
yes, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brandon. I beg your pardon.
While that's happening, I turn to the group of prisoners and I go, "I guess that's our cue."
Yes. Actually, before you break the second one, that's a good call. Let me go up to you, and see what you folks do. 1 second.
Nisiana says, "Open the doors. Open the doors. Open the doors." That's what she says, like, "Open the doors. Ilarion, open the doors."
5, 10, 15, 20.
So,
okay, go ahead. Rob.
The door with the other Warforged, can they open it from their side, or do they need me to open the door? Because that was what I was going to leave this room to do.
They apparently needs to be opened from the others, not from inside, but outside, at least from what you could tell. Because when you walked next to it, when I guess it was Merime and Nisiana walked next to it, nothing happened. And when Ilarion walked next to it on the inside, nothing happened. So
I tell Nisiana to keep an eye on everyone inside. I touch the hand of the halfling that I gave the second key to.
Okay.
And I am now rushing out of this room to open the Warforged room.
Okay. So, let me see. So let me have you go ahead and do that. Move your token down over here.
God, oh God.
It's fine. Everything's
So many
fine.
things are happening on this.
Oh, it's kind of how our plans always devolve into chaos. But you know what? I'll take it.
Chaos is good.
Ilarion, as Rowan is running down for the door,
Yeah.
all of these 11 Warforged suddenly, they're not eyes, flash open because they just have the mask face, but they all stand up.
Yeah. How many points did I heal while sitting here?
You healed, I would say, 4. So an additional 4. So you had 61, so now you're up to 66, I think.
Yes, that's correct.
They all stand up. Alarian, I need a quick response from you. What do you do?
I would have stood up and moved to be first to the door.
Okay.
Actually, I would have, when I saw the lights flicker, that's when I literally would have first, actually, I should have moved myself. I actually am at the door right now.
Okay, but
when I heard the door open, it's like, oh, I hope it can open.
Okay,
So,
but important though. You stand up before they do?
yes.
Okay.
The moment you said the lights flickered in this room, because I was still conscious and not like, I would have stood up and moved to the door.
Okay. So they do that. The ones to your left and right, so above you on either side, say, why did you exit sleep before we did? And the others all face you, sort of like staring you down. Door is not opened yet, Alarian.
Yeah, we are under attack. I am ready to defend us.
You reacted before we did.
I am not the same as you. It is not my problem if you are deficient.
The one, that's a good line. The one points at the bolt in its neck and says, "You have what we have."
Correct.
And these ones all sort of move into line. Now, by this point, Rowan, you would have reached the door. So what do you want to do? You don't know what's going on inside.
No idea what's going on.
I have no idea. I have to do what I came here to do. I'm so sorry, Illyrian. I opened the door.
Okay, so
no, it's perfect.
The door. So the door opens. Door opens.
And the moment I hear that, I step out.
Okay.
Because now I have my exit, and then say, "Close it."
Okay.
Now.
Yeah, I am closing it. Like, my instinct is literally to close it so quickly that I will probably clip you.
Yeah, like you barely miss it. And that's good because the next thing you hear is the slam, 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 slam. For anyone who has seen a certain episode in Season of the Mandalorian, the certain stage where there are creatures that are bashing in the outside of a metal door. And if you haven't seen the Mandalorian, go see it.
The classic aliens.
Yeah, that too.
Yep, that works.
So they are bashing at the door, and as you're standing there, you see slight bowing start to happen on the outside of the metal door. Simultaneously,
I can't say anything
hang on a
second.
Clock, you see, comes out, and he's like, "Oh, hold on, just a moment now, just a moment," and he's like rushing down. No,
while he's running there, I asked Rowan, who I know is the one who did that. It's like, do you have anything that would stop them from being so abusive to the door on the other side that you could cast?
Nothing that I think would be particularly effective for this many Warforged on this
Clock
small
said he
door.
had something.
But Clock has something.
I don't know that though. Okay.
I know.
Right.
So Clock. Oh, sorry. I've got something. And Clock brings his gauntlet, and basically he says, "Excuse me," and you barely get out of the way, Rowan, before he just. Bam! Just slams the gauntlet and basically in between the door and the floor. And there is a big flash. Now remember, the gauntlet was originally bright, then was dim, still was dim. Now flashes and goes completely dark. And now the door is kind of doing this like while they're still bashing on the other side. And Clock turns to you and says, "That should probably last for, maybe a minute and a half. Perhaps 2.
And I point to the bolt. Can you get this off of me?
Yes, but it will take me a little while. Probably, and he looks at you and then sort of looks at Rowan and says, "There's 2 ways to do it. The safe way and the fast way."
Fast.
It's
will the fast way lose us the opportunity to have them fight with us?
If they take me away and I fight against you, you will not like that.
The problem is the fast way could do real damage to you, Warforged.
Do not have time to waste. And I point to the door that is shaking in its frame.
I've got heal spells.
And then I haven't armored up yet. That's interesting.
We'll risk it.
Arv, I want to try armoring up.
No result.
Oh.
But I can do my blade, right?
Yes, but not the armor. At least not yet.
Okay. All right. I
so-
will, and if you do that, I will remove it myself if I must. It would be better if you could do it, but it must be quick.
And he says, I'll try what I can, but beware. This is... And he turns to Rowan. Are you sure? I'm not sure that they know.
Do not look at him. Look at me.
So he reaches
From
up.
one warforged to another. Do it.
I need a Constitution saving throw as he yanks this off your neck.
I can really use a
I will
inspiration.
inspire Eberron.
Thank you.
By the way, Nisiana is not staying in the room. She's basically telling them, this is our chance. We've got to go now.
I was about to ask Nisiana what she was doing next, so that's
She
fine.
is actually headed towards Alarian and Rowan, and she's going to point them towards... She's like, you stay here, wait for us.
Exactly
like
like passion. 18. Arv.
18. Okay, give me a second.
Do I need to spend my hero point on this? I'm spending my hero point on this.
You know, it might be a good moment to be a hero, you know.
Yeah.
Be a hero.
Be a
Big damn,
hero.
big damn hero.
Thanks for the inspiration there, Trent.
21.
Okay. So wait, sorry, total. Okay, you added 3.
Yes. Total of 21.
That's better.
Right?
You feel this horrific jolt of pain as if someone stabbed an ice spike through your neck, Alarian, as this thing is jerked off of your neck.
Okay.
You take 18 points of damage as this thing is pulled off your neck. Be glad that you saved.
Okay, well, luckily, hold on, I'm going to blow my 7 temporary hit points, which I still have from the gray.
Okay.
And I haven't taken a long
Right.
rest yet.
That's right.
So I take 11 myself.
11,
Which is
yeah.
fine.
Okay, so you're at 55, I think?
Yeah, 55.
Okay. So
Ow! Yeah,
now-
good thing I did save.
So
Ouch.
that's the good news. The not as good news is that so you do this, and then he says, "Are you all right?" And you're like, "Oh," kind of staggering over type of thing. That was no fun. Larian makes the R2D2 squeal exactly like in Passion. Exactly. Also, welcome to the Arvanauts, Jason Agnos. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, Larian, you know that something is still not quite right, although definitely you are now in control of your body for the most part, but something is not quite right. And Clock says to you, some of the things you might be used to doing are going to take a little while. Once that thing's removed in that way, you're going to need some rest, and then you'll be able to recover your functions completely. But I've never had to rip a bolt. Well, not on purpose anyway. And he kind of looks at Rowan. He looks at Rowan helplessly and is like, I'll come to you one second, Nisana. He looks at Rowan helplessly and is just like, he may have some lingering effects till he's rested. That's...
Let's go.
We don't have time for debate. Ilarion, I trust you to fight
on
it
the other
way
side
that
of
you
the
can.
Exactly.
We need to all get downstairs.
Okay, Nisi.
And
so-
Nisiana, you're still in the room?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
What's happening
Nisiana
up there?
is going to come to you next. So yes, Nisiana, what
Okay.
did you want to say?
I have 2 questions.
Okay.
Are we in combat officially?
Not yet.
So how do my auras work when we're not in combat?
The auras typically last what? How long is the?
Well, one of these lasts 1 minute, and the other lasts up to 10 minutes.
Then that's what they last. The combat round simply subdivides it if we enter combat. But until then, you're working with a minute, and that's about how long. Not that you know this, but that's about how long Clock said the gauntlet was going to hold the door. So there's that.
Well, okay. Then I'm going to do what I was intending to do anyway.
Okay.
I pop Aura of Vitality, and I rush to Alarian's side.
Okay.
And basically, I say to him, stay with me.
Okay.
And I start healing him.
Okay. Go ahead and move your token down there.
And I think the last thing where is my token?
You're
Up in the corner of the door.
You're still in the room.
Oh,
still
okay.
over the-
The last thing I said to them is I pointed to them where the grate to escape was, which was down. They can follow. I gave them their choice. They are now independent people. They can either escape or stay with us. But if they stay within 30 feet, I can. Actually, I'm going to focus on healing Alarian. So,
Okay.
Aura of Vitality. For the next 10 rounds, basically, I can do 2d6 to heal him.
Okay.
And if he gets fully healed, I can heal anybody else around me up 2d6 every round for 10 rounds.
Okay. Sounds like a
As
plan.
a bonus action.
So, oh, right. Okay. So sounds like a plan. We'll talk about that when initiative happens. And speaking of initiative, I just want to quickly jump back down. Stay with me, chat. We're multi-scening it here.
At least we're not in an observatory.
Yeah, that still remains one of my favorite combats in retrospect. But at the time, I was like, multi-level with a telescope was not on my bingo card of combats to run. Now we're back down here, so you can see that you've heard that announcement. Tantan and Marame, what are you folks doing? Whirl is still with you, and you have the 2 crystals still there.
I'm banging open the crystals.
Okay, so make 2 attacks for me, please. I'll allow you to make 2 attacks because we're not technically in initiative yet.
Perfect. So attack 1. Oh, gee.
We'll hit
24.
smash, and the other one?
Attack 2.
19.
And 13. Okay. Damage.
13 damage.
No, I don't know. 19 and 13. So, okay. So, 2 things happen. Number 1, both of these crystals, and again, there's this, just this huge whirling within the room. This, and Whirl turns, and Marame, as the whirl turns, Marame, you know that the whirl turns, sort of twists around and says, and is talking in the language of the air elementals, something to the effect of wait or hold on. The other ones are very clearly confused. They're almost like kind of whirling around from space to space in the room. That's the first thing that happens. The second thing that happens is that all the lights on the conclave go out, and the entire place is plunged into darkness. The ever-bright lanterns go out. The entire ship was not floating, so it was already on the ground, but you hear this, and every door in the place, with the exception of the one being held in place by the gauntlet, they all slide open. Now, that's
Marines,
the internal.
we are leaving.
That's the internal doors.
Yeah.
I bring this up because as every door opens, coming out of the rooms, except for the one with the gauntlet closed, are guards, dogs, and at the head of these ones sort of charging down the stairs, our dear friend Captain Reeve.
Like
his eyes
clowns.
Glowing red. What'd you say? Say again?
Like I said, clowns.
Like I said, clowns. Yes, exactly. Send in the clowns or Captain Reeve. And what will happen at this time? We'll have to find that out next time as our session concludes. Because we are past 11 o'clock, we will begin with an epic conflict. Now remember, chat, these folks are not going to want to actually fight this combat. They want to get the hell out, but they've got multiple things around. So they're going to have to do all that, do it before the gauntlet gives way, and then you have 11 more Warforged join the fight. And then, of course, you got the captives and all of it in pure darkness. It's going to be great. I cannot wait to see what happens, but...
it's not pure darkness. My dragon mark, unfortunately.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
That's actually a good thing because none of us can see in the dark.
Right. You've got the neon danger vest.
Fucking target.
Yeah. That's right.
But
that's
I
right.
am.
Actually, I'm gonna scoop.
The
you
Eat
up
at
and bury
Joe's
you.
mark going off right on the.
It's on her forehead.
Actually, it's my forehead.
It's your fault. Oh, that's right.
Mine are on my arms.
I'm right here.
Actually, I just tried to remember, Arv, I'm giving off light too.
That's true.
My
I meant darkness within the ship, but yes, all of you have your various little things.
Which is hilarious. Yeah, no kidding.
So that means our next session will be, one way or the other, the final session for Parliament of Gears and this part of it. But we will see how all of this goes. But the plan did stuff, kind of. Ish. I mean,
hey, we've freed the prisoners, not out of the ship yet.
Well, we freed some of the prisoners. The others, I'm assuming the door has opened and they get to make the choice to come out or not.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, although most of the captives that you heard of, it wasn't a huge group. This may have been most of where the captives were. This is one of the nice things about going at night, is that you didn't have the captives out there. Now, Parliament of Gear's Warforged members, that you don't obviously have no way of knowing for sure. And of course, you have the elementals and all that, and what is that going to mean, and blah 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 blah. So we will talk about all of that when we have it. I just love looking at all the tokens on the board and just being like, look at all that, look at all this stuff, look at all these things. I'll have to go through.
Glad you're happy about it.
Well, listen, I love the cinematic moments that you folks have put together. It's very cool. All right, I am going to head back over to the cams only thing, and I will start with John on the bottom right. Now, I know Alarian had some stuff early on. Then there was a section in the middle where you didn't have much you could do, unfortunately.
I had a big break
in your room. That's right, and there wasn't much you could do about that. But that will not happen this next session, I promise you. Typically, it won't happen, obviously, in any of our sessions. But in this case, you all split the way you wanted to split, so it is what it is.
Yeah.
That said, though, the whole thing, I was reminded of. You've read iRobot, John, I assume, at some point.
Watch the movie?
You watched the movie.
Which doesn't really count?
No, it doesn't count at all. It's a complete opposite of Asimov's message.
I have read several of the short stories.
Okay, so there's one of them in which one of the ways they find out which robot has gone rogue is basically because they screwed up the laws and they did something they weren't supposed to, is they wait to see whether one of them jumps up slightly before the other robots do, basically to kind of... So this was the immediate thing I thought of when they all stood up and you're like, I'm actually up there first. And they're like, the hell are you doing, individualist? Like, why are you up ahead of time?
There's no iconoclasm in the Warforged.
We do not, exactly, we don't think for ourselves. At least with the restraining bolts. So that was interesting to me, and the whole thing was a little bit creepy because you had to think about how to fit in as a good, obedient Warforged Starforged with a bolt in your neck, even though you were trying to wait for all these moments. This telepathy, actually, from Merame has been enormously important because I don't entirely know how you manage this if you don't have something like that.
Well, you would have been screwed.
Yeah. How did you would, I assume you wouldn't even have been able to do this plan. You would have had to try something different.
It would have been, yeah, exactly.
But you did, and so at least you're able to do part of this. How did you feel about this session, which again, I know, apologies, I know it was bookended, but...
Hey, I made the choice.
Right.
It's not like Alarian had a decision like, no, I don't want to go in that room. I want to be taken to my own quarters. That doesn't work that way. So they had to play along. My biggest fear, and that's why they were so insistent on getting that damn bolt off, is because they didn't know what it could do. Now, it may have screwed me in the combat to come, which I'm not thrilled about, but it's a price I had to pay because if it's a restraining bolt and Reeve, is that his name?
Reeve, Captain Reeve, yeah.
Yeah, if he can somehow control all these people to do his bidding, the last thing I want to do is turn against my own party.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, we can't wait. Got to get this thing off right now. And if he wasn't able to do it, I was actually going to cut it off with the sword. That was my next step, even though it probably hurt me even worse. But I was just going to go, done. So it was coming off one way or the other.
Yeah.
And I will have to accept the consequences of that, which suck, possibly, in the next combat. But no, it was fun. There was some really great RP for the members of the party. I do think it was hilarious that Merame kind of not stole Nishan's thunder, but inadvertently.
Yeah, I know. Poor Jed is just dying there, just like, this is my convo. I was ready for my close-up, Mr. But I feel like... I'm
going to stool on Tantan, and then you can go at it.
We'll talk about it when we get there, but my feeling was that Nisiana was... I was going to say,
by everybody in their various... And I'm just sitting there, well, I'm getting healed at least, which was a plus. I'm not going to lie. Those 5 points might be really fucking important down the road.
Only the last one that matters.
Exactly. So, but yeah, we're neck deep. We were shin deep before. Now we are absolutely neck deep. Oh yeah. But yeah, it was fun. It's always fun. It's watching these guys work. Also, is a great. Watching them role play is also great to do too. So, hopefully we can get out alive. Looking sort of forward to the next session. We'll see. But yeah. But I only play here, folks. I'm not really on live streaming. Although I guess Catalyst is going to start doing more streaming, so you'll probably see me from conventions and stuff like that on the Catalyst channel or Six Sided Gaming or other places like that. But I only game here. The only one I can do. And I enjoy it quite a bit. So come find out if we live next month. I'm curious to find out too.
Me too. We are all curious about it. Congratulations again on the Kickstarter.
Yeah, thank you so much.
And thank you, John. Good stuff today from Alarian. And yes, Alarian will get plenty of play. We'll see what the results of that were. That were happening there as we go on. Moving on to Jen. Jen, it was funny, not in a sense of like, it's great to watch you suffer, but it was sort of, I understood the feeling where you're just kind of like, this, God, what?
This was my conversation.
My moment.
I had time to think about it.
You know, like I was going to talk this whole thing through, but that was the thing too, because I could tell, because everyone was like, no, the obvious thing is like, you know, Nisiana goes with Tant, and it was like, yeah, but then you can't talk with the elementals. You're like, well, all right, then do this. And then it was like, but having said that, you know, we'll talk about this part when we get to Marie, but it seemed like you were very pleased with how Merime went about this. And I'll talk a lot about that when we get to Merime and Tant, when we get to Marie and Tren, because people in chat were talking about that. Rudenel really nailed that too, that big difference between RP and personal opinion, right? And like Tanton may have a different feeling about that, but we'll come back to that. Oh, that's what that was? Okay, that was funny. Good stuff. I did miss that, Drew. So anyway, so it was good to see that. The aura vitality was big. It was also a very good moment, I think, Jen, with Nisiana to drop the invisibility at that point and heal. It made it a lot easier. You have 8 captives who are at various stages of injury and exhaustion, and who also are not inclined to be like, oh, sure, I'll go along with you, when you've got a Warforged with you, and they're just kind of like, this is just a test to see if we'll run away. They already know that Reeve is a sadist, so they're going to assume that like stuff like this is set up. So that heal made it much more likely that they were going to, at least some of them, were going to go along with you. And then you just had a couple of the holdouts, and you managed that with, what was that, the 26 persuasion or whatever it was, where you're just like, or 25. Yeah, sorry, I don't want to overdo what you did. You know, like this godlike persuasion. So you really did, I think, get an opportunity to use those aspects of Nisiana's personality, both the healing but also the persuasiveness about what was necessary, and you became kind of the de facto like follow me captives person, because Rowan's trying to get, you know, Alarian out of the room, and Merime and Tantan are obviously elsewhere, and Alarian is in the room, so like it was up to you. So that was interesting to watch.
Come with me if you want to live.
Come with me if you want to live. How did you feel about today's session? Where will the folks find you next?
So Nisiana, I knew Nisiana was going to drop her invisibility at some point. I knew it was going to happen as soon as we hit captives who were injured. I knew that was going to happen. I just didn't know how quickly it was going to happen. I'm glad I got as much of a warning off to my sister about this thing with Mia Tantan. Now, I will say the thing with Mia Tantan, I was like, Tren likes this kind of role play. All right. We'll play. Let's play. You want me to go full cleric? Fine. I will go full cleric versus artificer. We can play this game. And we are not done. We are not done.
Oh, no.
Not by a long shot. But I'm like, we can have this philosophical disagreement, and I trust Tren as a player to be able to have this conversation, which makes me feel really nice to feel that safe.
Yes.
To have that kind of disagreement.
So do I. And you are playing as part of a group, but individuals within a group. And, you know, that's you'll both clear that fine.
The other thing is, when we come into orders, always save Merime first, and then it goes to Alarian because he's kind of the de facto leader. Isis, stop. Why am I talking to the deaf cat? Which is why I was like, go free Alarian. And then I did the Aura of Vitality, which I haven't actually rolled my first 2d6 to heal him, but that will be the first bit. And every time after that until you're full up.
Yeah, I think you're going to need that just to keep me up and moving in like a round or two.
Basically, I'm just going to like I'm going to grab you by the shin and like ride your foot.
Oh. Well, I don't have my shield out right now, so I'm probably going to end up carrying you instead.
Okay, that's fine. You know what?
Remind me about that aura when we start.
Believe me, we will.
Yeah.
Don't you worry, Arv.
You know, out of character, I'm so proud of Merime. I'm so proud of her. In character, Nisiana had faith that Merime would do the right thing with just enough. Plus, you know, pretty much all of our plans devolve into something goes boom. It's kind of like that, so I'm very pleased. I'm a little bit I feel a little bereft at not being able to have the first shot with Mia Tantan over the "our spirits people or not" conversation, because I had the perfect argument, and actually he walked right into it, but I can't do it. We'll get there later. We'll get there later.
I'm sure once she hears from Merime what Tantan said, I'm certain that second volley is going to go right at him.
Oh, it's coming. But after we survive this, assuming we survive this, considering I'm going to be a giant fucking target, and I know that the enemy targets healers at this point. I know this.
But if you're carried by me, I'm also lit up anyway, so it's going to just be one big light blob, so don't worry about it.
Yeah, we are going to be a giant blob of
It's just going to be the parade at Disney World at night, you know, just a bunch of lights running around and, like, you know, it'll be great.
But I'm so proud of everybody. I mean, Rowan was the perfect foil for Nisiana, which you wouldn't think that with his roguish tendencies, but he really is. It's like two sides of the same coin. It's almost, I have the perfect analogy, but I don't want to use it because of various reasons. In any case, I'm very proud of the entire team. And then again, out of character, you know, if you can nominate in the Hugos, please do. If you enjoy any of the work that we do here, look at the work we've done and please nominate, because nominations, especially for the Hugos, really matter. And if you have to choose one for me, look at my editing. Otherwise, man, that was a good game. I was just like on pins and needles the entire time. I was just like, oh, I'm dying here.
I was napping. So, you know, it's all good.
This has actually been one of my favorite sections so far of the campaign, because I love, like, you know, all sneaking around intrigue style, trying to, like, multiple groups, but also, like, it's been cool. I love it.
Yeah, but you know, but we've split the party, which I hate. We're in a plan
into
that I
three.
don't want.
Three separate
three. Not just splitting. We, like, the worst part was if we're all alone at some point. That'd be only could get any worse.
But the thing is, you know, we each have our very special skills, and we're all good at what we do, which I really appreciate.
Yep.
We are a team. We each have our moments to shine, and I think we all hit that. Even Alarian and his quiet. All right, I'll just sit here and heal and wait, which I think is honestly the hardest job in a game ever. I really do.
Is to sit and wait. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Quite annoying.
That's like, yeah, and I agree with that, Arudnell. I 100% agree. Good stuff, Jen. Always a pleasure. Good work today. I will see you in sessions next month. New campaign goal: quintuple party split. That is something to aspire for. Without this telepathy nonsense, let's get them out on their own. Okay. Anyway, Brendan, I know, you know, you've been burning the midnight oil, and I know it seemed, and there was a big section there where it's just like everyone else is doing the play because of the way, you know, just because of the way that things broke down in terms of who was where. But the thing that was cracking me up today about Rowan's stuff was just the constant, like, you know what I think? Like, I just was like invisibility just showing up behind people. I was just thinking about the freaking Army of Darkness, where Ash shoots the one zombie and the zombie falls, and then the man, like the old guy, appears right where the zombie was and was like, if you wish to destroy the Necronomicon, like literally at the same spot. So I just had this image of you being like, you know what I really, and everyone's just being like, ah. So that was hilarious, I thought, and it was a little bit of Rowan's sort of roguishness there. But then, of course, also, yeah, Rowan is having to figure out how to get these people out, but also trying to figure out how he's going to go back and save Alarian, like, and get the door open. And, like, meanwhile, there's explosions. Like, the whole thing is, there's a bunch relying on everyone doing their job properly. And I think that the only people who are still invisible now are Merime and Rowan, right?
No, I
Rowan,
dropped
Rowan
mine.
Oh, you
only.
dropped yours. Oh, only Rowan is the only invisible person left.
The wild card.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, all of a sudden you're like, you look for Rowan. Rowan's not there. Rowan's out in the gray, like, you know, running back. But anyway,
That's fun.
so how was today's session? I know you were tired, Brandon. How was today's session otherwise? And where will the folks see you next?
So I will open by apologizing. I've had an amount of energy drinks that you're not supposed to have as a singular human being, and I still fell asleep.
Yeah.
I will let all the lovely people in chat know that that's because of Grey Shade. So you better buy the goddamn RPG.
Sorry.
No, don't be sorry, and you don't be sorry either.
But yeah, so Rowan is slowly becoming, well, very quickly actually, becoming the most fun I've had playing D&D in a long time. Because I like immediately discovering what his decisions are at any singular moment. And in that room with the inmates was actually a lot of fun for me. One, because there was a point, like just after Nisiana had dropped invisibility, I'd kind of forgotten that I was also invisible, and then remembered again and went, this is actually great. In my mind, I was like, what would it be like if Han Solo was invisible on the Death Star? And I was like, this is fun, and I kind of want to live in that moment as long as possible.
Mm-hmm.
So now knowing that we have to get into combat, now I need to know what is the one perfectly combat useful thing I can do, and do nothing but that one thing, because I want to be as invisible as possible for the rest of that fight as well. But also, the way that everyone has been paired off for this interaction is actually a lot of fun, because as Jen noted, we're very good foils for each other, Rowan and Isiana, and one of the things that kind of worked that out for me in that scene was Rowan was prepared to just let Nisiana talk until the halfling spoke. And that was the moment when I was like, yeah, I actually care about these people. I wouldn't have cared a minute and a half ago. And then I was like, oh no, they actually, like, I am not going to get this job done ignoring the fact that they also need to be inspired. And that means that some of that work also has to be mine.
I'm rubbing off on you.
Because it's not like I didn't have any empathy for them. It's that I wanted to perform that empathy silently and coolly, and then I was like, nope, I actually have to interact with them. So that was a lot of fun for me as well, and I kind of want to see where that goes. Like, the other fun thing about setting up for this fight is, if my numbers are correct, we have 11 allies against 14 confirmed enemies, and I kind of want to see what that, like, battle looks like on this lower floor.
Mm-hmm.
But I also just want everybody to just get out the door and leave, because once we get to the gray, we'll be fine.
Totally. Totally.
Which is not the truth, right? Once we get that's not a sentence it's supposed to say in this world, right? But at least once we get to the gray, they will leave us alone, and then we just have to deal with the gray.
Everything's better in the gray. Am I right? Like, everything is better in the gray.
Compared to here, I'm gonna assume that's a yes. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, like, at this point,
maybe.
At this point, Rowan's, like, tactical acumen is, we just need the plan to move forward, and when we get to that next point in the plan, then we can worry about that plan going poorly. So I'm very excited to see what that looks like when we actually get to do the thing.
Rowan is becoming my favorite wild card. He really is.
Yeah, so I'm very excited to see us get in this scuffle. I'm hoping the best parts of the fight are moments that we get to save for ArvCon. Because that'll be a lot of fun, wouldn't it? To tell all these lovely people, here's this cool fight we're having in Eberron. This is why you should give Dim and Runyon all of your money. But yeah, I'm very excited for the thing. As for me, I'm Brandon O'Brien. You can find me on the Hell site, that is Twitter at The Rising Tides. I have a newsletter called BrandonO'Brien.xyz, which is a far cooler place to meet me if you ever want to hear my thoughts.
I'm on.
About...
I read it every time it comes out.
It's very nice. I appreciate it a lot. A reminder again to all of these lovely people: I am writing the Grey Shade I am designing the Grey Shade RPG alongside Greg.
It's going to be
You should
phenomenal.
definitely check the thing out.
We're talking about tomorrow, actually. It's going to be awesome. Super good.
Which means that I actually have to move thoughts from my brain onto a Word document, which is the part that I keep forgetting until I need to meet Greg. So that's going to be a lot of fun. And I will let you all know a thing that was barely hinted at earlier in April, but now that I know when it's happening, I can tell you all. On the last Sunday of April, I will have a short story in Sunday Morning Transport. The name of that story is The Officer in Your Heart. So if you like lesbians, mechs, or deep conversations about how the revolution should look, definitely read that short story when it comes out. And you will find out more about that at my social media. You can find all of my social media at links.brandonobrien.xyz. So yeah.
Good stuff. Always a pleasure. And yeah, Brandon has done an amazing job with the Grey Shade RPG. It's going to be great. And yeah, and I'm really enjoying Rowan a lot as a character too. And the more as this develops. Also, I apologize, chat, but it is absolutely freaking pouring rain all of a sudden. So I don't know whether any of that is audible or not, but it's very loud.
I mean, don't you live at sea, Greg?
Yeah, exactly. Well, they were pretty much, yeah. I was like, and then there's this difficult stuff, and they were just like, really? It's like time for the storm. It's all good. But thank you, Brandon. And yes, we will speak soon and get some rest. I feel bad. Send some your way. I'm working on it, live suing. Yeah, we need to get the right, everything sort of distributed evenly as opposed to no snow for us, every bit of snow ever for the Midwest and, elsewhere and heat and all that stuff. Anyway, but thanks, Brendan, as always. And then moving right up the line to Marie. So this is where we talk about, first of all, very good stuff, Marie, today. And yeah, you did end up RPing the convo that originally Jen thought Nisiana was going to be having. But that was really good to see. I mean, I love the image of the two of you, Merime and Tanton, next to this chest, which had already exploded, right? So these three crystals and looking down at them and Tanton being like, listen, they're not, come on, they're not really. And you being like, well, that wasn't my experience of it. And we really get this philosophical dispute. And I think Arudinel covered it very well by saying that, Tanton is on sort of the good guy team here, but the issue is that the whole worldview depends on this thing being a bit of wind with the sentience of a cockroach. Like I said, I understand why he's taking that the stance. Psychologically, he pretty much has to. If this is sentient, he's been an accidental slaver his whole life, essentially. And so I love that image of the way Arudinel put it. And again, obviously, chat is sophisticated enough, being amazing people in chat, are sophisticated enough to know that these players separate, the player versus the character either way. But clearly, this is something I imagine, Marie, that Merime, from Nisiana believed, but also because you have touched the minds of these creatures. And Kalashtar, it would seem to me, would be have a much broader view of what exactly qualifies as sentience anyway, right? Like, as opposed to the standard, well, I don't know, if I can't see it think, then maybe it isn't thinking. So I thought that was very interesting philosophically. And also there's a bit of practicality from both of you being like, you're so wrong about this. We do not have time to have this discussion now, really. But, so I thought that was really interesting. And I was curious how you felt about that and about the session and where the folks will find you next.
I had a lot of fun. That was really good. And Chen was really great to RP it with as well. And I appreciated the fact that Nisiana first tipped off Merime about it, because it was like, okay, then she was already like, okay, like, we're obviously going through this. But for her, it was like twofold of I touched its mind. Like, I don't even know how you would go about it. I do illusion magic. I don't know how you would go about creating this illusion. Like, I don't, like, to her mind, it's like, I know this. This is my field. This is what I live in. Like, you do machines, and I get it. This is what powers your machines. But, like, so for her, it was very much like, and then it was like just a practicality concern. Like, we need their help. We need them to be out of there. We said we would do it, and plus I gave my word that I would free them. So there's no turning back here. If you want to leave, I'll respect that. Like, you know, so it was that kind of break. But for her, it was very much like, this is my field. And Mérimée has worked so hard at grounding herself and at being a part of this world. And so she's so cognizant of what actually is here around her. That's her whole, like, you know, she wants to be aware of what's around her. So having someone suddenly claim that something's not there for her was like, I don't really understand what you're saying, but I respect you as a person.
Yeah. And also you're right too, that is something which is not what the Kalashtar always do, right? You had that discussion when you went back to Sharn with in the Kalashtar neighborhood, and you were talking with your, you know, mentor, the leader of the area, basically was like, you don't even know what it means to be a Kalashtar anymore. And you're like, listen, I'm like trying to deal with the world here, like, etc. So for then Tanton to come up with that was something, you know, quite different. You could have taken the crystals with you, I guess, which would have stopped the ship from being powered and wouldn't have required you to destroy them, but then you wouldn't have freed them. Then they're still imprisoned, right?
And there was, I mean, for Mérimée, it was pretty black and white. And like, I always knew that the way that she saw the world was kind of always a little bit like this and that, like the duality of it. It's, you know, the Corey and the world. Like, you know, there's always like two realities that she's been a part of, two existences. And so for her, it's very split in her head. And it was very simple. I gave my word we were going to do this. Nisiana and I, like, you know, Nisiana asks me to do this too. So there's no, like, it didn't even register, like, I don't understand why we wouldn't do this. Like, you're giving me a philosophical thing on something I've touched. Like, it's like telling me the pie I'm eating is not actually pie, and I'm like, I don't care, it's delicious. Like,
you need to give him the Rutger Hauer, like, I've seen things you wouldn't believe. You know, like just fire the whole thing up of what you haven't seen. Anyway,
yeah, I have. So that's why she was like, okay, but yeah, so that was fun. That was a lot of fun to RP and a lot of really interesting to get into it too. And yeah, to see the different points of view, like I could see it. And then it was a little bit of, because I knew Jen had thought about it because we actually talked about it. I know WestCon. And I was like, oh, Jen's talked to, like, I knew she'd thought about it. She didn't give me the arguments or anything. So I'm like, which is just as well, because then I'm like, it worked well for me being caught unaware, because I was like, I didn't think I'd have this discussion. Like, why am I doing this? She's ready.
Besides, it gives me a chance to still use the arguments I've thought about.
Yeah.
Which is perfect. Like, I'm looking for it. Maybe we'll just, like, throw the ball in your court. Like, here you go. Have fun.
It's like, I've already heard these arguments, actually. Damn it.
Yeah. Damn it. And it was, like, absolutely fun watching everybody play tonight. So, like, thank you to everyone. Like, I was highly entertained. Everyone had such good RP. So that was super fun to watch. And, yeah. So thank you. That's it. Happy.
Good stuff. And anything you want to pitch or talk about, or like promo, or that you have stuff coming soon?
Talk about the book Nye.
Sure. And I've got my I want to say thank you for the 2 inspirations, by the way, to Dragon Spear, I believe, and Prince Justin. So thank you. And yes, I have my horror book Nye, which is here, but next week it's my birthday, which is this week. Starting on Monday, I'm having a birthday week special. Princess of Light will be free. And Nye will not be free, but please buy it because it is awesome. And also, once upon a time, there were no more happy endings. Come on. Fairy Apocalypse. Just live your best lives.
Tell you what, if you guys can frame by frame this, you can read it right now.
Wow,
there you go.
Wow, there was just a big...
just half the book, I think.
I just missed a couple words there.
Yeah,
maybe a few.
Do it again.
Okay.
So yeah, so thank you, and that's gonna be my little.
There, and it was upside down for those in Australia. There.
Thank you for the cheer, Dragon Spear, and yes, happy birthday ahead of time, Marie, for Wednesday to come. But
Thank
great stuff
you.
tonight as always. And last Tren, yeah, like, I mean, obviously I know this is the kind of RP stuff that Tren eats up with a spoon. I mean, like, this is exactly his jam. But I did think it was interesting that it was not coming from the source that we thought, because we've been getting this teaser of like, wait till Nisiana and I have this discussion.
Yeah.
And then it turns out it's not even that, and it's with Merime, and it's next to this chest with like, there's time pressures. Like, this is not the time to be like, let's discuss in detail the meanings of, no, we got some stuff. And so, Tanton really had to, kind of, I think, sort of process all that. And I'm very interested to see how you felt about it coming as a discussion that as it ended up with, and again, you will have more of these discussions, of course, with Nisiana, but that it came with Merime and not Nisiana. I wondered how you felt about that as the player kind of playing Tanton off of them, and then what you felt about the session in general and where you will be seen next.
Well, I'll start with the session in general. I thought it went just fantastic. I loved today. It was really, really fun. The other thing I'll say is that I've been thinking for a long time, basically since I designed Tanton, that this was an element of his personality that was going to come up, and that these are tools. This is fuel. This isn't something that it's like nobody worries about chopping down a tree and building a campfire with it because it's alive. You don't think about shit like that because you do what you have to do. And in this case, the only way you're going to get one of the lightning rail things to work, you need a much stronger electrical source. And it's just the fact of not just him having been an accidental slaver, his entire house has been doing this shit. And so that's also, well, whether it's weighing on him or not, we'll find out. But it's and if you go back, like in the episodes of this and watch, anytime something like this comes up, because I've been playing it planting very small seeds along the way that somebody will mention like some kind of an elemental thing and blah blah, and Tanton will just kind of go and just sort of roll his eyes like, oh, whatever, but I kept it very subtle for a long time and slowly built it up because I knew this was coming. And so it's like, yes, and like you say, he'd open a spoon and a fork and a knife and a ladle and probably a spade tipped shovel. Just yeah, it's gonna be great. And something that you said, Jen, that I always appreciate from my fellow players is the fact that you feel that you can trust me to play these kinds of scenarios with. And that means the world to me. I honestly don't play this very often. I don't, as an introvert and a writer and a woman, and I'm over 50 and I've been told I don't like conflict. I know how to do conflict and I am very good at it, but I don't like to do it. So I want to be very careful about it. But you were so gleeful about, all right, can you make this roll? Yes, you made this roll. Okay, I'm going to throw these seeds. I'm like, all right, he wants to have this discussion. Here we go. And
here we go. Let me think about this. You have given the writer time to think about things because she's been watching it over the months.
Oh, it's gonna be so good.
I'm a little afraid of it a little bit, but at the same time, if you're not stretching your wings with the role play and feeling safe to do so.
I think it'll be a positive as well for chat, because I think it'll be positive for viewers. I've always felt this in group therapy situations too, and I'm not saying that D&D is group therapy, but I am saying that
certainly
it can be. You can pick up aspects of how people deal with conflict as adults who genuinely care about each other, and that's both as players and characters. When there are these fundamental disagreements, and conflicts do not need to end up in devastation and destruction and either violence or no one ever talks to each other again. We are desperately in need of a society learning the idea that it's not about either conflict, yes, or suppress everything you feel about everyone else so that we don't have a conflict. We need to be able to understand how to handle conflicts that don't result in the end of everything. So playing that out, I think, will be instructive. Anyway, sorry, Trent, I'll go ahead and finish.
Oh, that's okay. There was a point where, if there had been like a bunch of crystals in that thing, that there was a good chance that Tanton might have tried to snag one without Merime noticing. But there were only three, and I'm pretty sure she can count that high pretty easily. So he wasn't gonna. But yeah, he's just This is I'm loving every bit of this. As for where people will see me here on Tuesday, for
Shire Adventures,
Shire Adventures, which, much like what Jen just said, the writer has had time to think, and I'm so looking forward to this. Sorry, I feel a bit like Bilbo. I should very much like. Yeah. Anyway,
see it again. Yes, in the Matham house. Yeah. Yep. Yep.
Well, he's not in there.
No, I know he's not. But I'm talking. Yeah, no, right. That's right.
He's standing out by the road watching for a bear that nobody will talk to him about. So, yeah. It's going to be great. It's going to be great.
Good stuff from everybody as always. Chat, can we get some love for the amazing crew and team, the King Citadel, D&D with Infinity Beyond, Trent Sparks, Marie Bilodeau, Brandon O'Brien, Jennifer Brozek, and John Helfers. Great stuff today, players. And we will schedule for next month 2 sessions, and of course the ArvCon marathon session coming next month. So, but thank you, players, and we'll see you all soon. Bye for now.
Bye, everybody.
All righty. Great stuff from everybody. That really was a fun session, and I had a feeling it would be, and it was. Really, really enjoyed that a lot. And I'm quite serious about that one of the things that D&D can do is it can give us this sense of ways to address aspects of, our real lives in different ways, and having the opportunity to work together as a group. And the issue is, as my wife, who's a therapist, is always telling me, is not about whether one makes a mistake or whether one creates a break. It's how one repairs the break, and whether there's enough trust that such a break is not going to have sort of permanent consequences. And that trust comes over time, and it comes with care, and it comes with empathy, and it comes with maturity and all those other sorts of things. And so here's an opportunity for people to kind of see that played out in a game context. I don't love conflict either. But I used to be, as a dungeon master some years ago, I was not wild about conflict in sessions, and I tried to avoid it. And now I don't aim for them, but when they come up as a consequence of role play that makes sense, right? That role play that sort of fits each character, and with the backdrop of players are good and with each other, and also the characters have a certain fundamental kind of connection. That, I think, becomes very valuable to be able to see that. So, but first of all, they've got to deal with another conflict, and that's called an actual conflict with a bunch of Warforged as they're trying to get off this ship with these captives. So, we're going to see about that stuff. Yes, 100%. It is a great tool, and it is absolutely, when done correctly, a safe space. Now, there are cases, as people have talked about on this very channel, about people that did not treat D&D as a safe space, for which I am very sorry. But I always try to have my games as safe spaces, and my players are as well. And again, for those of you who are sort of new to it, and are interested in getting into DMing, there are different times to do things like that. I don't think that you should set up a heavily conflict-driven game that, the first session out of the gate, you and your players are just going at it, because when you're new to it and when they're new to it, figuring out the nuances and the buffers and knowing about, how much is you and how much is the player and how much is the character, that is stuff that takes time to figure out. And it's time that, is more advanced. So this kind of stuff that we're talking about here is somewhat more advanced RP. And there are other elements that are much more sort of lighthearted and straight ahead. And a lot of one-shots are not played at that very high level nuanced, RP, but are sort of played in these kind of broader strokes. Yeah, exactly. We went through the entire Curse of Strahd game, which definitely had its series of conflicts, but we came through that well as too. Because of that would be the case. True. Scheduled conflicts are indeed the worst conflicts. Triffid speaks the God's honest truth. Yes, that is 100% true. And yeah, and Curse of Strahd, as I said at the time, was really, that was a stretch for me to do that because of my concerns about, these are all friends. I don't want them to fight each other or me or whatever. But that wasn't about that. It was about doing things in a different way. And so, yeah, it was awesome. Yeah, Gygax created a game that both he and Dave Arneson created a game that in a way was just more flexible than they thought it was. And if we based it purely on what they would have wanted, you would have a lot of problems with the game, including sexism, misogyny, and a bunch of other things. But that said, they will always, for me, I will always be grateful to Gygax and Arneson for having created the bones of a great game, the framework of a great game, which since then has been filled out and broadened and deepened and expanded in wonderful ways. I'll always be grateful to them for the foundation, but I'm glad that we've come in a different direction, overall with Dungeons & Dragons and with all the other games that are outside D&D as well. But D&D remains my favorite game, and we wouldn't have it if we hadn't started with stuff back there. So anyway, great stuff from everybody tonight. I appreciated it, and appreciated having you all with me and having you all with the players, and it was awesome. I am now going to be done until Tuesday. On Tuesday, though, I will be over on GOG.com's Twitch channel from noon to 3 p.m. Eastern for Pen and Pixels and Chained Echoes. So when I would normally be here, I will be over on the GOG.com channel. And then at 4 p.m. Eastern, I'll be back here on this channel for Shire Adventures with that crew. I'm very excited to get Shire Adventures rolling again. And as Trent said, we got Matham House and a bunch of other stuff happening with Titch out by the road looking for bears. So we got that going on. And then we've got thank you for the follow in Search of Slack. Then at the evening of Tuesday at 9 p.m. Eastern, we will have our vocalists again in a special bonus session. This one with Zach Clay and KP finishing up with Citizen Sleeper. So that's going to be great. And then starting next month, we're going to have us some Ace Attorney, specifically Apollo Justice. Ace Attorneys. That's going to be awesome. I'm excited for that to get back into that game. So it's going to be good stuff. Then we'll be off Wednesday, Thursday, and then next Friday we finish up April by launching Jedi Survivor. That's going to be happening Friday night. I'm very excited for Jedi Survivor. And Saturday, Expedition for the Mysterious Peaks. We had an amazing session on this Saturday, beginning of the month, and we're going to finish up with an amazing session and finishing up April with Expedition. So it's going to be good times. I am super excited. It's going to be great. So that is going to do it for me, but we are going to do a raid today because we had a decent turnout tonight, which is great. Please let people know about the show and let's get all the peoples as much as we can. That is not how you do the raid. So if you are not a sub, you're going to do this. The Arvanauts have landed, followed by Twitch raid, lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID. And if you are a sub, you're going to do this. Arvany hype, the Arvanauts have landed, Twitch raid, Arvany roar, Arvany woe, Arvany witch, Arvany love, Arvany blown, Arvany smug, all the Arvanys, Arvany hype again, all the Arvanys when you are brought over automagically. There's more of you with subs now, thanks to all of the you who resubbed, and also thanks to Uberjaeger67. And I want to thank Uberjaeger for the multiple gift subs, the multiple cheers. I also want to thank Dragon Spear for the multiple cheers too. But thank you for the generosity to Uberjaeger for all the subs and the cheers today. I appreciate it. And I'm really glad that Jaeger found this and appreciates the role playing that we're doing and supported the community as a part of it. And that's really what it's all about. So thank you, Uberjaeger, and for all of you who supported us tonight. If you like what you saw and heard, please follow the channel. Check out the YouTube at !ArvTube, Discord at !ArvCord, Twitter at !ArvTweets. Those are all highlights for me too, Rudnell. Website is arvanelleron.com. Financially, !ArvShop, that is under construction, but Triffid and I are making progress on it. !ArvTreon, sitting right there. That's really the financial backbone of the channel, and it really does make a difference. Cool stuff that you can get for you, cool stuff you can get for the channel. Oh my God, Dragon Spear with 2 more subs. Otakin and Tama Shisaka has gotten a sub. Thank you, Dragon Spear. Speaking of generosity, so much generosity. Thank you, Dragon. Thank you, thank you. And so you can do that by subbing to the channel, which gets you those custom sub badges and emotes to use everywhere across Twitch. Shut up. I love the judge, Trent's voice with the judge. And inspirations to help the players, which you can get with the subs as well. On the publishing side, Icarus for my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts, Library for my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment, and Grey Shade, which is my novel Grey Shade that came out last year. It has now been nominated, is actually a finalist, for the 2023 IBPA Benjamin Franklin Awards in Science Fiction and Fantasy. It's a silver medalist at least, but hopefully we'll find out next month that it's a gold medalist, I hope, and Emily will be there in person to pick up this awesome award and look awesome while giving an amazing speech, and everyone will be like, this is amazing, and all that. So I'm really hoping that that's going to, that it will win gold. But either way, I'm honored that it won silver. If you want to see what all the fuss is about, you can order it at that link, ! Grayshade. You can also pre-order the sequel, Renegade, which will be out later this year, and Heretic, which will be out next year, finishing up the Grey Assassin trilogy. The aforementioned tabletop role-playing game by Brandon O'Brien, which he is working on feverishly, will be out later this year. That is going to be awesome as well. Seriously, it's really looking really, really good. So there's that, and of course, ! Before I leave that, the audiobook from Trent Sparks. If you like Trent's roleplay and you're like, this guy's got a great voice, you should listen to his audiobooks, including the one that he did of Grayshade, which is now being sent off and propagating to all of the places, including Audible and many other places where you get your books. So you get your audiobooks. So that is available now as well. And you can get that through ! Grayshade. What? As always, last but not least, ! BLM, Black Lives Matter. Important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. ! Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when you need help and reach out to others when they need help as well. And ! Ukraine, Ukraine, to help the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage, and send the message that we will do this in the future for others who are in this situation as well. Last, as I've been talking about quite a bit and will continue to do so, this is only now a month and a couple of days away, a few days away, and that is the opening event at the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation supporting event known as ARVCon. It is our 9th year of ARVCon, and it is going to be kicking off this year with a live in-person Dungeons & Dragons event. I will be running Night at the Forbidden Library for C.S.E. Cooney, Carlos Hernandez, Robert Austin James, otherwise known as Darkside Rob, and Zach Clay, along with a high school student, and we'll be doing that to benefit the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation at 6 p.m. Eastern at the historic Klein Memorial Auditorium in Bridgeport, Connecticut. Tickets are $5, will get you in the door. There's going to be giveaways there as well, $5 as well for the online stream of this too, so if you can't make it in person, we'd love to see you on the stream also. So, and the other thing is these flyers. Please do, if you are in the tri-state area or you're in New England, please let me know if you're willing to put up some of these flyers. I will be happy to mail some of them to you. We have a couple of people who've done that already at like bookstores or libraries or game stores, things like that. If you are not in the tri-state area, I would still love to send you these digital flyers if you'd be willing to distribute them on like Discord or places like that where you frequent like D&D Reddits or whatever, where people might be interested in finding out more of that stuff as well. And yes, I am indeed doing a raid tonight. I actually mentioned the raid that I will be doing. So is there something, do I need to find somebody in particular? Because I was just going to pop up my thing and see where we were. So yes, I am doing a raid. And you had someone in mind. All right, tell me about this person. Any friend of Rising Tides is a friend of mine, as they say. Tell me about this person. Who are you thinking about? And while you're doing that, I'm going to say thank you to our good friend Soup. All right. So, can you give me the full name, though, of it? The full name of Soup? Is it just soup coming in hot? It's not, is it? It's literal soup. That's what it was. Right. Okay. Good, lovely, awesome. Yes. So nobody go there yet. I'm going to take us over there automatically after our video is done. Thank you to my wonderful mods tonight. Thank you to Arudinel, the Dragon Spear, to Drew, to Emily, to Prince Justin, the Rising Tides, and Triffity Mats. They really, really are the best in the business. They are an amazing mod crew. Thank you to my wonderful Patreon supporters and subscribers, Arudinel, Dragon Spear, Drew, Emily, Prince Justin, Rising Tides, Triffity Mats, Echo Alpha, Crit Twitch, Trendane, and Uber Jaeger 67. And again, Uber Jaeger, thank you so much for all of the gift subs and all that stuff. I appreciate it. And thank you to Dragon Spear for all of the gift subs and the cheers and all that stuff for both you and Uber Jaeger. Thank you, thank you. Thank you as well to my wonderful viewers. Thank you to Alon, to Axeman. Thank you to Baron Valor. Thank you to Dark Still Spork, Freaky Babe. Thank you to Gon Eden, Lisa Bay. Thank you to in Search of Slack. Thank you to Jack Daniels. Thank you to JLC. What's up, JLC? Thank you to Light and Passion, of course. Live Suing, of course. Nat Zelli, of course. Paradise. Actually, thank you to Radio, Johnny Panda, and Tensu. And last but certainly not least, thank you most of all tonight to my wonderful players of the Infinity and Beyond crew. Thank you to Trent Sparks, to Marie Bilodeau, to Brandon O'Brien, to Jennifer Brozek, and to John Helfers for being awesome. That is going to be the deal. I am going to head out now. I'll see you folks Tuesday at noon Eastern over on GogCom's Twitch channel for Pen and Pixels and some Chained Echoes, and then back here at 4 p.m. Eastern for Shire Adventures later that night for the conclusion of Citizen Sleeper with your vocalists, Zach Clay and KP. That's it. Thank you, everybody. Much love to all. Everyone, please be good to each other. Stick around for the raid, and I'll see you folks soon. Bye for now. Salvation, on the edge of the gray. Sharn, city of towers. And the link between them? The King's Citadel. The ones who do the job no one else can do. Ilarion, the shield. A star-forged Aegis who's lived a long time, who's seen peace and war, and will do whatever it takes to keep the first from falling into the second. Merime, the sword, a Kalashtar bard whose dreams prophesy uncertain ends, but the wisdom of whose counsel and love for her sister are unquestionable. Tantin, the brain, a dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals deep curiosity and razor-sharp intellect, sharp enough to cut down the Citadel's enemies. Nisiana, the heart, a dragon-marked halfling healer, whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel, no matter the cost. Rowan Shallow, the wild card. For most of his life, he's played a dangerous game. When the chips are down, will he fold, or go all in to save his friends? They found an artifact so powerful it could undo the fragile peace between nations, the Oracle of War, which gives anyone who owns it the knowledge they need to win any battle, and which, in speaking lines from the ancient draconic prophecy, could predict all of Eberron's future. They traveled to Sharn, city of towers, where experts like the Gynosphinx Flamewind began to unravel the Oracle's mysteries as the King's Citadel thwarted assassination attempts from the Emerald Claw, and the nation of Thrain tracked down the daring thief Sky Blue and defeated the salvage broker and claw operative Erulin Karnak. Apparently. But there can be no rest while the dogs of war howl. And despite the Citadel's best efforts, Thrain and Brayland have inched ever closer to all-out conflict, just as the Oracle predicted. Now the adventurers must return to Salvation, to find the secrets of the Oracle of War before it's too late. But how have things changed since they left? And will those who've sworn to die before they give up their freedom, the servants of the enigmatic Lord of Blades, threaten Salvation's uneasy peace? They've survived the Grey, saved Salvation, and navigated the intrigue and deception of Sharn. But can they stop a war? Only if they remember that in the end, all they have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome back to Salvation.